Chapter 639. As soon as this voice was heard, the people picking the horses inside became anxious. They were afraid that the good horses they had their eyes on would be snatched away. Those who did not have the financial resources and courage to participate in the horse gambling curiously sized up the person, wanting to see who had the financial resources to buy all the horses. Horse gambling was not just a few dozen horses for people to choose from. Every time there were 1,000 horses, no more and no less. If one wanted to buy all of them, they would have to take out 20,000 strings of coins. 2 years ago, someone did this once. He thought that he could get a few fine horses, but in the end, he spent 20,000 strings of coins. There was not a single fine horse among the 1,000 horses. In the end, he sold the 1,000 horses and only got back 5,000 strings of coins. He could not afford to lose more than that. At that time, this person came to ask why there were no fine horses. The people of the horse trading company were not afraid of trouble. No one said that there must be a fine horse among the horses. No one forced anyone to buy a horse. If there was no fine horse, there would be no fine horse. However, there were always horses with a value of more than 50 strings of coins. There were also horses with a value of more than 100 strings of coins. Using 20 strings of coins to buy a horse with a value of 100 strings of coins, was it not enough to earn 10 strings of coins? Perhaps there would be a chance for a military horse to appear. It was not bad to give it away. In the end, no one knew what kind of method each person used. The people who bought the horses left dejectedly. The 4 horse trading companies were still standing tall. Some people said that the owner of the horse trading company gave a fine horse to the local officials. Some people said that the owner of the horse trading company had a big backer. There was no conclusion for a while. They did not expect that there would be another person who wanted to buy all the horses today. Everyone had the intention to watch the show. They wanted to see what the final result would be. Usually, the people who bought the horses would immediately watch here to find a good horse trainer. Today, the 2 people on the horses did not know which one was the horse trainer. If the person behind was the owner, then the person in front was naturally the horse trainer. However, the person in front was too young. No one believed that he could judge the horses. Could it be that the owner personally judged the horses? The people who had entered the stable hadn't paid yet, so they naturally couldn't bet on horses anymore. One by one, they walked out angrily, their eyes looking at the 2 newcomers. It could be said that they were brimming with killing intent. The big deal was here, and the people of the horse company invited the owner out. There were 4 horse companies and 4 owners. The owner of the East Hua Horse Company looked to be less than 40 years old, while the owners of the other 3 horse companies were slightly older. As for the old owner of the East Hua Horse Company that everyone was looking forward to seeing, he did not appear. Greetings to the 2 of you. Were the 2 of you the ones who wanted to buy all of the horses? Dong Hua Horse Company's boss Yen cupped his fists and asked. That's right. The person on the front dismounted and turned back to help the person on the back as he answered casually. Everyone looked at the 2 people under the light of the lanterns and found that the 2 people were indeed wearing good clothes. They were wearing Sichuan brocade robes. The person with the identity of the master had a round jade pendant the size of a copper coin on his waist. When the light flashed, it was blood red. If it was not dyed, it would be worth a lot of money. Boss Yen glanced at the 2 people and said, "According to the rules, once sold, there is no refund. Have the 2 of you thought about it?" "I know. Pay up," the owner ordered, and the person next to him took out a luo of flying money from the money bag on his shoulder. There were a total of 20 pieces, and each piece was worth 1,000 strings of coins. After someone checked the flying money and confirmed that there was no mistake, the 4 owners had a trace of a smile on their faces. While writing the receipt, they asked someone to call for the horse driver. It seemed that the 2 people could not drive the horses back themselves, so they could only pay someone to drive them. If it was not too far away, the horse company would arrange for someone to drive the horses. They would not take the money to drive the horses after all, they were big customers. After ordering someone to bring tea to the best shelter for resting, Boss Yen said to the other party's master, "How should I address this honored guest? Do you want to look at the horses first?" "No need to look at the horses. When the other horse markets open, we will buy enough and take them back together." The owner brushed his robes and placed the jade pendant on his leg. His thumb and index finger naturally touched it, appearing a bit arrogant. "Then where does Boss Chen want to go? If it is not too far away, we will immediately arrange for someone to help you. Does Boss Chen want to buy a few horses that are pleasing to your eyes?" Yen Dongjia carefully sized up this old Master Chen and asked with a smile. "And buy? In a while, as long as the price is right, buy all of them. I am preparing to build a horse farm in Luoyan province. If it is not too troublesome, send them there. Oh, it seems that your horse company is not bad. You can help me find other horses that are 30% more expensive than the market price. Buy as many as you have. If there are mules, oxen, donkeys and other livestock, that is fine too." Old Master Chen continued. When the people beside him heard that it was Luoyan province, they realized that it was not too far away. If they slowly drove the horses, they would arrive in half a month. However, they did not understand why this person wanted to buy other livestock. Everyone thought so. Boss Yen also asked, "What is the use of the oxen and mule that Boss Chen wants?" "Oxen are to be killed, used to plow the land. Donkeys and mules are naturally used to transport beans. Horses cannot only eat grass. Is there a problem?" Boss Chen picked up the teacup and started to drink tea. He began to wait for the other party's reply. Without waiting for Yen Dongjia to speak, one of the people nearby couldn't help but ask, "This old Master Chen, if I have the livestock you want, would I also buy it at 30% more than the market price?" "You? Haha, how many do you have? You can't expect me to follow you everywhere. I don't have much time. Boss Yen, please excuse me. Boss Chen, don't think that I didn't find many, but there are many people here. If each person found 10, there would be a few thousand of them. Furthermore, how can 10 of them be taken out? However, let me say this first. Now that the price of grain has increased, and the Zhang family in Yi province has taken away a lot of mules, the market price will be expensive. Moreover, it seems that there are people selling them recently. If the time comes, if it is expensive, you can also buy it at 30% more than the market price. You can first write a letter and leave it with the broker as a mortgage. If he doesn't accept it, then you won't have to pay for it. Is that okay?" Boss Chen did not wait for this person to finish his sentence and very magnanimously decided. After he said this, the people around stopped buying horses. Those who sold horses also stopped selling. Since they were going to buy the horses for Boss Chen, it was more important to quickly find other livestock to earn money. Boss Chen seemed to be very happy. He drank a cup of tea and did not mind the unpleasant smell here. He brought his subordinates and walked around. "Go and tell my father that we have a rich family. I am not afraid that he won't be able to afford the blood jade pendant carved with a qilin." Yen Dongjia instructed the person next to him as he followed behind them. When it was noon, Boss Chen bought all the horses for sale here and told them that he would come back to buy them in 2 days. After he left with his subordinates and the people sent by the horse trading company to drive the horses, the head of the 4 biggest horse trading companies in Tunghua County gathered all the managers of the other horse trading companies. When the other horse trading companies arrived at the agreed place, they suddenly found that the boss of the East Horse Trading Company was also there. They all went up to greet him. It was not easy to see this old man. Boss Yen, who rarely showed his face in public, smiled and agreed with everyone. When everyone had arrived, he coughed and was about to speak. The others consciously stopped talking with others and looked at Boss Yen, waiting for him to speak. "Ladies and gentlemen, this old man has gathered all of you here today because of what Boss Chen said. Some of you may know where my horse came from, while some of you may not. But regardless of whether you know or not, I have to say it. This is an opportunity. Even if that boss Chin doesn't want it in the end, the things he left behind as collateral will be enough for us to make a fortune. The horses of the East Horse Trading Company were indeed secretly transported from elsewhere. Not only the East Horse Trading Company, but the horses of the other 3 major horse trading companies were all like this. It was not easy for the horses to come over, but they came over. However, there is a rule there, which is to first send the money over and then look at the horses. As the saying goes, if there is money, everyone gets it. If such a big business is monopolized by the 4 horse trading companies, I think everyone will feel bad. The 4 horse trading companies will probably be finished. I will stop here. If anyone is willing to use money to buy horses from elsewhere and then sell them, hand over the money first. What kind of horse do you want to buy and how much? You can ask my son. When I am old, my body will not be able to take a few words. Everyone, please eat first. This old man will take his leave. After Boss Yen finished speaking, it was as if his body really could not take it anymore. He was supported and left. Everyone did not care if he was really like that. After all, the path was pointed out. As for whether they left or not, it was not up to them to care. Some people immediately wanted to go home to get the money. Some people were afraid that Boss Chin was a swindler. What if he did not pawn enough to buy too many horses? What should they do then? Some people felt that they should borrow some money. The 4 major horse trading companies were very rich. If they did not have enough money, they would not be able to earn much. Who knew when such an opportunity would appear again? Each of them had different thoughts, so they drank absent-mindedly. After a quick meal, they dispersed. The owners of the other 3 horse shops stayed behind to discuss with their masters how many horses they wanted to buy this time. While the Tang people were worried about the horses, the Tubo people were also worried about the horses. In the end, Lufatuta didn't want to retreat. After thinking hard for a day, he came up with a good idea. That was to let the Tang army eat up a logistics team. This team wasn't from the main force anyway, so it didn't matter if they died a little. He wanted to form a cavalry team with at least 10,000 horses. He estimated that he would pull away from Mumu Kushu and wait for the logistics team to be eaten up. Then, these 10,000 horses would be able to move out. The nearest wind was always from the north. He was also going north. At that time, the cavalry would have the advantage of the wind direction. He did not believe that the little girl would be able to guess his plan. However, he did not have horses. He went to Mumu Kushu and asked. They could only send out 2,000 horses. Originally, they had 5,000. They needed to leave 1,000 to guard the camp. The other 2,000, needless to say, were all under the Tang army. If he did not protect the camp, he could still gather 5,000. If he had 8,000 against 9,000, it would not be reliable. Mumu Kushu was still thinking about how to gather the cavalry when Wang Wan led the 9,000 light cavalry to the back of the 2 tribes. However, they did not attack the Tubo logistics team. Instead, they went straight south and cut down trees to pave a road by the Ruoshui River. The cavalry in the logistics team panicked and immediately returned to report this news to the Tubo headquarters. At this time, the Tubo people realized that Cuckoo, this 9-year-old girl, was very difficult to deal with. They had no choice but to organize people to stop them. This was to prevent them from crossing the mountains and entering the Tubo territory. 3 days later, the official army of Pingzhou was also mobilized. When the 2,000-strong Mo Dao unit appeared, the Tubo people became nervous. The cavalry did not dare to charge recklessly. The scouts ran around. Then, the Pingzhou cavalry appeared. The 20,000 cavalry roared and headed straight for the Ruoshui River. The Tubo army had already set up their formation on the other side of the Ruoshui River. They wanted to stop the Tang army at the Ruoshui River. If the 3 tribes were still there and were not lured away, the Tubo people would not be so anxious. After setting up the formation, Zhang Zhong let Li Sun, Old Man Pai and Old Man Yao lead the troop. Together with the people gathered from the local area, they arrived at Pingzhou together. In Pingzhou, they used the imperial edict to get the military rights of the newly recruited soldiers. A total of 40,000 people were mobilized. They carried their weapons and rushed out of Kagwan. Another 10,000 people secretly left behind. They took a detour and headed towards the villages with underground tunnels. At this time, there were countless eagles flying in the sky. The eagle trainers who had just arrived at Sanshui County did not even rest before joining the troop. When Zhang Zhong led the people out, they immediately spread out and started to harvest the Tubo autumn grain. When Wang Wan led the troops to harass the Tubo army and slowly arrived at the desert, Zhang Zhong had already harvested all the grain and retreated back to Pingzhou. When the people of Pingzhou saw the carriages of grain being transported back, they opened their eyes wide and were speechless. Although it was still a little bit away from the best time to ripen, it was already not bad. They all thought that since the Zhang family's child was very daring, Zhang Zhong, the provincial governor, was also not small. He actually went to harvest the grain under the enemy's nose. Very impressive. Old Man Pai and the other two were also very surprised. When Zhang Zhong wanted to borrow the troops, they thought that Zhang Zhong was worried about the child at home and wanted to go and help. They even tried to persuade him. In the end, they did not manage to persuade him. Li Sun acted as if he wanted to see the world burn and followed him to harvest the grain. Not to mention that they did not expect this at the beginning, even Zhang Zhong was the same. He rode on his horse for 2 days before he stopped wasting time. It was mainly because of the opportunity created by his son and daughter-in-law. He did not know how the two children were able to calculate this when they were being chased over there. They actually led the cavalry in a large circle and acted as if they were going to turn around and shake off the two Tubo troop. It gave people the feeling that they were going to cooperate with the Tang army to attack the Tubo cavalry. It meant that they were going to forcefully cross the mountain and the Tubo army could only send troops over. Wang Wan used her mobility to turn around and then went back to restrain the other two troops. As for the Tubo army, they had already harvested all the grain. The Mo soldiers and cavalry all went back and waited there. It was unknown if they were looking for another opportunity to attack. How are they still children? They are clearly famous generals. Their deployment of troops is superb. If I had known, I would have followed them to take a look. Old Man Chang rubbed his hands excitedly and said to Old Man Pai and Old Man Yao. Old Man Pai was also in a daze. He, who had seen all kinds of storms in his life, had to admit that Wang Wan had shocked him too much. It seemed that there were not many people in the world who could use tactics to such an extent. Not to mention tactics, she could even cooperate with Pingzhou to achieve strategic result. Old Man Yao blinked twice and said, "What did the Emperor say in the message?" He said that he wanted to see Cuckoo's ability, and whether or not she could adjust her tactics at any time after making a move here. He said that the situation is not constant and that a famous general must have this kind of ability. It seems that the Emperor doesn't need to worry. Cuckoo is not an ordinary famous general. Any general who can cooperate with her will feel very comfortable. They will act according to the situation without the slightest intention of being forced. Furthermore, they made an additional arrangement and harvested the grain at the Ruoshui River in Tubo. That's right. It seems that we have to follow the Zhang family's wishes and hide Cuckoo among the ordinary people. Such a general will not be casually deployed in the future. When there is no general available, when will we send Cuckoo out and decide the situation with one battle? This sword is really too sharp, so people are reluctant to use it. Old Man Pai looked to the west and said. The people in charge of the joint harvest in Izhou also returned to the stronghold excitedly and talked about what happened there. Because of the existence of Zhang Zhong, they knew more than ordinary people. They told the story of the provincial governor's daughter-in-law with exaggerated details. The chiefs of each stronghold breathed a sigh of relief and immediately ordered people to send the good things in the stronghold to Zhang Zhong's brother. At this time, they really regarded Zhang Zhong as a brother. Not only did Zhang Zhong call them brothers, but also Zhang Zhong's peaceful attitude towards them. In the past, they thought that Zhang Zhong was afraid that they would be difficult to manage, so he did this. Now it seemed that this was not the case at all. Zhang Zhong's daughter-in-law could lead the Tang army to victory. Would she be afraid of the 4,000 people like the other officials who came here before? According to the people who understood military affairs, a person who could use the army like this was definitely an existence like the god of war. In other words, if Zhang Zhong wanted to, he could turn his face and all the strongholds in Ezhou would be finished. A good person, a good brother, a good official. The people in the strongholds finally acknowledged Zhang Zhong's identity as an official and acknowledged the Tang Empire's absolute rule. The Tubo people also knew about the situation, but they could not think of a good solution. What they regretted the most was that they arranged for the spies to destroy the embankment at Wangjiang. If not, Cuckoo and her family were still in Shuzhou. How could Li Longji send them to manage the logistics? If they did not manage the logistics, Cuckoo would not have come out of seclusion to take over when Guatu was beaten to the point where he could not fight back. If she did not take over, how could they lose so many soldiers? How could they be like now, being led around by others? A famous general of a generation might be silent forever and not be discovered. They would not have to be so embarrassed to be pointed at by others and asked if they still dared to do so. Lufututa and Mumu Hushu were also questioned. They were asked how they let the Tang army escape. Lufututa couldn't say anything when he was being questioned. He had only eaten one meal today and was still hungry. When Wang Wan's troops returned, they didn't forget to attack another group of troops that were transporting the provisions. How is this still Tubo territory? This is her backyard. If she wants to fight, she can play, and if she wants to leave, she can come and go like the wind. I finally fucking understand what the Great Tang's art of war is about. Wind, forest, fire, and mountain. What a good wind, forest, fire, and mountain. She's used it so mysteriously. Lufututa slapped his thigh and said with a face full of grief and anger. The messenger beside him carefully controlled his breathing so that the general wouldn't vent his anger on him. The messenger didn't say anything, but Lufututa still wanted to find him and asked, "Tell me, am I useless? Didn't they also get their grain taken away? Weren't they also hiding at the Ruoshui River and defending? They were afraid that the Tang army's Mo saber would not allow them to mobilize their troops. Am I not afraid of the light cavalry of the Tang army? Am I able to command the troops like my own arms? If they weren't worried about the demon fiend, why would they send troops to defend? If they weren't on guard, why wouldn't they send troops to attack the harvesting troops led by Zhang Zhong in Ezhou? Tell me, do you blame me? Say it. No, it's because the demon fiend is too powerful. All is fair in war. Who knows what she will do with her men? The messenger was scared out of his wits. He was afraid that the general would kill him if he was unhappy. Yes, it's because she's too powerful. Whoever killed the people of Wangjiang and came up with the idea should take responsibility. She shouldn't have looked for me. I'm not that capable. But now I know how she knows about our army's formation. Eagle, it's the eagle flying in the sky. I want to shoot it down too, right? Lufututa's current state was very unstable. His words were also very jumpy. Yes, I heard that after the Tang army moved out, they moved back and forth. There were countless eagles in the sky. No matter what the Tubo army did, the other party would be able to react accordingly. It's that eagle that helped. There have been eagles flying in the sky for a few days now. It's that eagle that told the Tang army our formation. The messenger carefully moved towards the entrance of the tent and said softly. Lufututa didn't have the intention to kill the messenger. Instead, he slapped his thigh and said, "Yes, it's the eagle. It's the eagle that gave the message. Then tell me, if we need light cavalry to deal with the light cavalry, what do we need to deal with the eagle? Use bows and arrows. The messenger replied. No, right, we also need to use the eagle. It flies so high, can you shoot it? Send someone back and ask if there are any eagle trainers in Tubo. Don't use normal hunting eagles. It's useless. Those that fly in the sky are definitely not normal eagles. How much money does Izhou provincial governor Zhang Zhong have? He can send a normal eagle to his daughter-in-law. Find me an eagle. Once I have an eagle, I won't be afraid of her anymore. At least I won't be ambushed by her. Don't you think so? Lufututa denied the messenger's thoughts and said his own judgment. Yes, it's an eagle against an eagle. Then I'll go out now to pass the order? The messenger found an opportunity to leave. Go. Chapter 640. The autumn harvest had finally arrived. Those who had land at home prepared their tools. Those who had enough manpower would do the work themselves, and those who didn't would ask others for help. The price of grain rose again and again. With the receipt from the Zhang family's winery, the price of a bushel of wheat rose to 35 copper coins, and the price of rice also rose to 50 copper coins. This made the other people who were collecting grain miserable. Either the Zhang family collected all of the grain, or they raised the price at a later date. Now, the Zhang family had approached everyone who had land, but the Zhang family didn't have the money and insisted on waiting until a month after the autumn harvest. As a result, they couldn't lower the price of the grain they collected. Those who had grain, even if they hadn't been approached by the Zhang family, learned their lesson. They didn't sell and waited for the price to rise. Even if their families were in urgent need of money, they wouldn't budge. Even though the cost of purchasing grain had increased by half, there was still no market. The most infuriating thing was that the grain that Zhang Zhong had plundered was put in Chongping warehouse in Izhou. He only paid the workers who helped to harvest, but didn't give them any grain. The wages were very low, only 10 copper coins per person per day. Even so, those idiots who followed him to harvest felt that they had taken advantage of him, saying that it was an army operation. What made it even more helpless was that the officials of the neighboring prefectures didn't say anything. They didn't even try to help Chongping in Wing Prefecture. Wasn't it just him being the Jianan prefect and the Jianan inspector? Wasn't it just him dealing with a bunch of officials? Now that he was no longer one of them, was there a need for them to be so afraid of him? As the price of grain increased, so did the price of livestock. This was especially true in autumn, when there was less grass to feed. A horse that used to cost 5 strings of coins couldn't even be bought with 8 strings of coins now. The only thing that didn't change much was the price of salt. Zhang Zhong had specially consulted with the officials of the neighboring prefectures, and no one knew what he said to them. The price of salt stabilized, and so did the price of oil, which only rose by a little less than 10%. At this moment, the entire Jianan prefecture was like a small wooden house before a storm, giving the intelligent people a feeling that they were floating. The merchants who were collecting grain had no choice but to look for Master Qi, who was working with them. Boss Qi, we can't get enough grain. The price is getting higher and higher. The commoners are reluctant to sell. A grain merchant said to Boss Qi, if the price is high, then buy it at a high price. Wheat is 35 copper coins a bushel, rice is 50 copper coins a bushel. Buy as much as you can. Boss Qi gave the same price as Zhang Zhong. All the merchants shook their heads. Another merchant opened his mouth and said, Boss Qi, we can't accept the same price. The commoners are willing to keep it for Zhang Zhong. They all say that the Zhang family's children are fighting at the front lines. We can't disappoint the heroes. Then raise the price. 40 copper coins for wheat and 55 copper coins for rice. I'll write a letter and discuss with someone. We'll charge you according to this price first. More money will be delivered soon. Qi Dongjia's heart was filled with both joy and worry. He was happy because the price of grain was too high, but he was worried because the time limit for the goods he had conned was approaching. Originally, he thought that this sum of money would be enough to buy more grain and livestock, as well as increase the price of goods in Jianan. But now that the price had increased, the amount of goods that needed to be bought had not reached the required amount. The plan drawn up by the higher-ups made him feel that something was wrong. Just where did it go wrong? Qi Dongjia couldn't figure it out, so he could only write a letter and have someone secretly send it away. Zhang Zhong could also feel the current situation in Jianan, but he wasn't in a hurry. He had already made the necessary arrangements and was only waiting for the final blow. During this process, a portion of the commoners would suffer losses. But that didn't matter. He would be able to compensate them before the end. As for the merchants who had suffered even greater losses, he didn't care. Each and every one of these merchants were smart. How could they not understand how much damage their actions would cause? Since they were willing to go against their conscience and add fuel to the fire, they had to be prepared to bear the consequences. If the merchants at the border were not dealt with properly, they might be in danger in the future. Zhang Zhong, who was waiting for the situation to develop, began to work hard to perfect the ski resort. Old Man Pai and the other two also followed behind Zhang Zhong to help. They were faintly anticipating what the Zhang family hadn't told them yet. It wasn't only Zhang Zhong and the others who were busy. Xiao Bei and the others were also very busy. The original 3-story house was too short, and the children grew quickly. They put away the house made of agarwood and put it into the large warehouse. Then, they made a 3-story house made of ginkgo wood for them. This time, the height of each story was 5 feet. If it was a little higher, it would be the same height as the door. Not long after it was finished, the glass was installed, and a new batch of toys were changed. There was also a carpet and other protective measures inside, but there was no bedding. Xiao Bei and the others, under the guidance of the big brother's young man, found straw to fill the house. They also asked the servants to dig a tunnel under the house. The tunnel under the house could be pulled open. The tunnel could be pulled open now, and the tunnel could be pulled open before. It could be used to escape at a critical moment. Most of the straw in the house was secretly sent into the tunnel by Xiao Bei and the others. Chang, whose son and daughter were also busy. Unfortunately, the two of them spoke late. Until now, they could only say 1 or 2 simple words, and their expressions were still unclear. Even so, Chang, who was very happy. He spoke earlier than his 2 older children. The oldest one could only speak when he was 2.5 years old. Of course, compared to the children of the Zhang family and Wang family, they couldn't be compared. In his opinion, this was because the parents were powerful and the children were also powerful. Only those who knew the truth would understand that this was the difference between nutrition and infant education. Xiao Bei and the rest were already able to express their thoughts to others very well. They could understand simple stories, and could even ask questions when others were telling stories. The servant girl in charge of taking care of them clearly knew that they had stuffed all the straw into the tunnel below. At night, when they weren't paying attention, she took the opportunity to spread the straw properly. However, she still pretended not to see. It took Xiao Bei and the rest 2 days to finally pave all the tunnels with straw. On this day, Xiao Bei happily pulled the maidservant to stand outside the house while they entered the house and closed the curtains from the inside. They jogged to the bottom and squeezed out. They circled the outside and stood behind the maidservant. They nudged the maidservant and widened their eyes to wait for the maidservant's reaction. The servant girl was still looking at the house attentively. After her clothes were pulled, she turned her head and was shocked. "Ah, Xiao Bei, why are you outside?" "Ha ha ha ha." Xiao Bei and the others laughed proudly. They shook their little heads and refused to say anything. Chang, whose 2 children, wanted to say something, but they couldn't. They could only worry. "Xiao Bei, tell me quickly. What's going on? You're so powerful." The servant girl continued to ask curiously. "T-tunnel warfare. Ambush. Millions of divine soldiers. Do you still dare to fight bad guys with Big Brother and Big Sister? Xiao Bei waved his little fist and said, We don't dare. We don't dare anymore. Xiao Bei is so powerful. The servant girl pretended to be scared. Ha ha. Xiao Bei laughed happily again. As he laughed, he suddenly pouted and said, Why aren't they back yet? The servant girl's expression also darkened. She comforted him and said, Soon, soon. When little young master and little miss come back, they will bring delicious food for Xiao Bei. No. Beat the bad guys and come back alive. Xiao Bei seemed to know that there was danger over there. He only had one request. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao still didn't know that their younger brothers and sisters at home were thinking about them. They had already entered the desert and stayed there for a day. The 2 Tibetan soldiers who followed them didn't enter. They kept a certain distance to ensure the depth of the defense line. On the one hand, they waited for supplies from behind. On the other hand, they wanted to see when exactly Wang Wan would come out. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao weren't in a hurry at all. The desert here wasn't as unbearable as other places. There were grasslands, lakes, and many oases. It would be strange if the 2 of them died of thirst or hunger in this desert. Xiaobao, I used to come here when I was traveling. They sold pearls. These are lake pearls. Find more and bring them back for Xiao Bei and the others to play with. They can also be used as cosmetic. This is desert cistanche, also known as desert cistanche. Quick, pick them. There are so many of them. Take them back and cook them. They don't dare to chase after us. Wang Wan, who treated entering the desert as a tourist trip, found something good. Desert cistanche, a real wild desert cistanche. She picked them while calling Zhang Xiaobao, who was still looking at them on the way here. I'm not looking at them. I'm thinking that the desert here is good. If one day we can build a railway here, we can make use of the resources here. When can we completely annex Tibet? Zhang Xiaobao looked at the yellow sand in front of him and felt very comfortable. He came over to pick the desert cistanche and said. Wang Wan looked at the resting soldiers and said, If I want to fight, I can fight. Economic war, unconventional war. Give me another 100,000 Tang soldiers, and I will be able to take over the entire Tubo in 2 years. Your economic war is good, but you don't gain much from it. You cheated our own merchants and the Tubo people, but the loss of Tubo people is not too big. I have to help you. Whether it is political or economic means, in the end they need military force to maintain. The Jews are so powerful and have good means of making money, but they also spend money to hunt down the specific people who killed them. They can't destroy other people's country, and military force is not enough. The oil country wants to fight an economic war with other developed countries, but in the end it can only be replaced by other countries' troops. I will help you to improve the plan and let Tibet suffer more losses. That's fine too. My plan this time can only swallow the money sent by the Tubo Empire. If you can lead troops to help, I can hurt the Tubo Empire. War is always the most direct method to solve conflict. Zhang Xiaobao didn't refuse. After all, he couldn't lead troops to fight. Wang Wan picked all the desert cistanche in front of her and spread it on the sand to dry. She also lay on the sand, narrowed her eyes, touched her face and said, After days of fighting, my skin is not good. I have to go back early to take care of it. What else? I can't come here for nothing. There are all kinds of medicinal herbs. You can't be a temporary truce and let the soldiers help you pick the herbs, right? Zhang Xiaobao flipped the sand around him and found no insects or shelled things. He gave up the idea of looking for earth snails to make soup. I need to take a few days to train the troop. I have been fighting while running, so I don't have time. The next battle will be the real test. Get up, let's move forward. When I have children in the future, I will find Xiao Bao and Cuckoo to teach. Whatever they know, I will learn. Then, other than Xiao Bei and the others, no one can compare. After leaving the land, the people brought by Old Man Yao began to feel uncomfortable again. They were not like Old Man Pai's people, who had experienced many things. When they went to Shuzhou, they were already uncomfortable for a long time. Fortunately, they were able to reach the shore in the capital at that time. Now they were in a hurry. As long as the ship's supplies were enough, they would move forward without stopping. The ones who were least affected were the little ones. Usually, their range of activities was not large. They were always in the yard. Occasionally, they would be carried out for a walk. They also brought their houses, which were specially set aside for them on the ship. There was a small swimming pool, a sand pile, and any toy they got could be played for a long time. Moreover, they were provided with a lot of toys and games. The most important thing was that they could play with their brothers and sisters for a while every day. When the fleet was less than a month away from the destination, the fastest ship in the vanguard had already arrived at Chengdu. The people on the ship immediately got busy as soon as they came ashore. This time, the person in charge was Su Si, the person from the Gu family who bought the firecrackers in Sanshui County. Once he came ashore with a heavy responsibility, he found 2 people to protect him and rode quickly in the direction of Shuangliu County. Su Si rode on the horse with a determined expression. The young master and young lady of the main family had given a death order. This time they could only succeed and could not fail. Since the main family directly handed the money to him at the market by the small bridge in Sanshui County, he was determined to serve the main family to the death. People said that an army was trained for 1,000 days to be used in a single moment. He had been raised for a few years, so it was time to use it. The small things he did before were all training. This time, he heard from the members of the Zero team that this was a matter of life and death. No matter what, he had to do it well. The 3 riders only took 2 hours to arrive at the county yamen of Shuangliu County. Shuangliu County was also a middle county. There were yamen runners standing at the entrance. As soon as the 3 riders arrived, the yamen runners' eyes fell on the 3 people who jumped off the horse. "Who are you?" One of the 4 yamen runners who were guarding the door stood out and asked loudly with his eyes wide open. Su Si took out something from his arms and handed it over. "Give this to your county magistrate Tian and registrar Wang. I want to see them immediately." "You little fool. You want to see them? Tell me your name." The yamen runner didn't take the thing in Su Si's hand at all. It was a piece of cloth with a very awkward-looking rice seedling embroidered on it. The rice seedling actually had arms and was holding a sign with the word G written on it. Su Si didn't have time to waste with the yamen runner. He directly replied, "My name is Su Si. I'm from the inner courtyard of the Zhang family. I'm a 5-star deacon." "What inner courtyard deacon? The master is busy. Wait at the gatehouse. Look at the broken thing you're holding. Even if you're anxious, you can't write the wrong words." The yamen runner curled his lips and straightforwardly refused. "This isn't about being anxious. It's about being anxious. Quickly report it. Otherwise, if something happens, you can't bear the responsibility." "Humph." Su Si's face became serious and threatened. The yamen runner still wanted to say something, but another yamen runner behind him pulled him back. This yamen runner was afraid of delaying things. The county magistrate was different from the previous ones. He did things neatly and efficiently. If there was really an urgent matter that delayed things, then he would be guilty. It was fine to report it. If he didn't know who the county magistrate was, then it wouldn't be too late to deal with him. The yamen runner held back his anger and said, "Wait." Then he hurried in. When he arrived at the study, the county magistrate Tian was discussing something with the registrar Wang. Hearing the knock on the door, Tian frowned and said, "Come in." "Sir, there's a person outside who wants to see you and the registrar Wang. This is what he brought. His tone is harsh. It seems that he doesn't take you seriously at all." The yamen runner took his revenge and presented the thing in his hand as he spoke. When the county magistrate Tian and the registrar Wang saw the cloth embroidered with the rice seedling, they were stunned. This thing was very familiar to them. It was a rice seedling. But the words on it made them blush. What happened to the head of the Zhang family? Why did he take out a rice seedling to test them? It was obvious that he didn't trust the two of them. Sir, don't be angry. I can see that they are not good people. I'll go and deal with them now. The Yamen runner who was observing the two thought that they were angry and immediately added, "Bullshit. Open the main door for me. The Yamen runners are waiting on both sides to welcome me. Am I, Tian, an ungrateful person? Someone, bring me the clothes I wore when I was studying. I'm the strong grass." County Magistrate Tian scolded the Yamen runner and immediately started to prepare. Wang Wang was stunned and said, "Brother Tian, can you lend me some extra clothes? There's no time." Half an hour later, Su Si and the other two people who were waiting outside the Yamen saw the door creak open. Two people walked out. They were wearing civilian clothes embroidered with the words, Jian Jia. They looked at each other. One of them said, "General, we can't accept this. Why is the San Shui Zhang family's eagle better than ours? We'll go back immediately and find other eagle trainers to take revenge." "Don't, just go and find them. When you come over, avoid them. Don't fly. If you can't accept it, do you think I can? Even if you can't accept it, you have to bear with it. Come over here and take care of this eagle. I'll count it as a great achievement. If you want to take care of the eagles above, you have to find at least 5. No, 10 of them. And they have to be careful. You have to work together and take care of each other. Rest for a while before you leave." Lufututa warned them. He was afraid that the two men would act rashly. If that happened, they had already fallen into the enemy's hands. The two of them still wanted to say something, but they were dragged away by the messenger. As they walked away, the messenger said, "Listen to the general's words. Bring at least 10 of them and come over quietly. It's best to train them over there first and work together in battle. Don't be greedy and act rashly. Don't you see that the general has close to 40,000 people here in formation?" The two eagle trainers were scared by this. They nodded and followed the soldier to rest. After walking for a while, they reacted. Was there a need for this? 40,000 men were scared to this extent? The Grand Pass was long and winding. Carriages were about to overturn when they were on the road. Horses were about to fall into the stream when they stepped on it. Mi Fan and the other two men who came from the capital finally experienced the danger of Shu Dao. They rode their horses. In the beginning, they carefully stuck to the side of the mountain. Now, they dismounted from their horses and walked slowly. Mi Fan and Han Xianfeng glanced at the stream below them from time to time. They shivered and held the rock wall beside them. Jiu Meiling was brave. She walked in the middle and felt the wind blowing from the stream. She also felt the unique humidity of Taotao's water. "Come over here. Don't fall down." Han Xianfeng had shouted more than once. Every time, Jiu Meiling would smile and tell them that she was not afraid. She said that she was 5 feet tall. Every step was about 2 feet and 6 inches. She was 4 feet and 7 inches away from the side. Even if she missed a step, she would not fall down. She asked the two men to continue riding. She said that since the horse was used to this path, it would know how to control itself. The two men did not dare to do anything. Fortunately, Mi Fan did not feel uncomfortable. She knew that Jiu Meiling would not be in danger for the time being. Jiu Meiling walked and said to the two men discontentedly, "Are you still men? If you keep moving, it will be too late by the time you reach the place." "No, Mi Fan is here. If it's really late, he'll feel uncomfortable. It has nothing to do with whether he's a man or not. I'm just afraid of heights. It's not the critical moment yet. If I accidentally hurt myself, the Zhang family will be angry. The Zhang family values people with ability very much, but they also take care of people without ability." Han Xianfeng would not go over. He wanted to dig his hand into the stone. "You still have the ability? You are rowing to death. You are waiting for me to save you. Without me, you will beg for help from heaven and earth. I beg you now. Stop talking. If you say something ungrateful again, I will jump down." Han Xianfeng was tortured. Are you good at swimming? If you're lucky, you can give it a try. At the very least, when you jump out, you have to land about 6 feet away. Otherwise, you won't be able to fall into the water and will crash to your death. Let me calculate for you. From here to the surface of the water, it's about, get on the horse and go. We are in a hurry. Mi Fan, please. If you feel uncomfortable, tell me. Han Xianfeng gathered his courage and got on the horse. Mi Fan was helpless. She also climbed on the horse. She took a deep breath and said, "Let's do it. We will reach the place tomorrow." Zhang Zhong and Izhou had just arranged the general affairs of the ski resort and handed it over to the people in the inner yard. He began to lead the people who had nothing to do to build the road. The imperial edict was not fake. If it was built, it had to be built. It was not paid. Fortunately, it gave a policy. If it was used well, it would make a lot of money. Zhang Zhong was not worried about this. He believed in his son's ability. With the policy given, it would be easy to earn a few times the amount of money needed to build the road. The road was made of sand and stones. The key places were reinforced with cement to prevent the road from being damaged. There were also a few eagles to help. When there was a need for a suspension bridge, the eagles would send one end of the rope over. Then, there would be people pulling on the rope. The rope gradually thickened and was much faster than before. When there were stones in the middle of the road or stones that could easily slide, they would use explosives to blow them up. The explosives were placed on the side as if there was no danger. There was also no one guarding nearby. It gave people the feeling that they could take it at any time. Zhang Zhong also hoped that someone would take it. However, he was disappointed. Even if people knew how powerful this thing was, no one touched it, let alone steal it for research. The ambushers were always there, and so was the cement that had not been mixed. The working people did not care about the conspiracy or political purpose of the road building. They could do the work. After the construction period, they could get money. Moreover, it would be convenient for them to go back and forth in the future. They worked very hard. The food was not bad. Zhang Zhong was also in charge of providing worn-out clothes and tools. The people felt that this kind of life was not bad. However, they did not know that under the calm surface, there were enemies and allies on another level. Chapter 642. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao were still traveling in the desert. More than 9,000 soldiers were seriously injured. Those who couldn't hold on had died, while those who were lightly injured had mostly been treated. Although it was said to be treated, it was actually just the pills given by the logisticians and the salt they stole to kill the poison. In a situation where no one was chasing after them, their physical and mental strength recovered quite well. Wang Wan began to train them. It was also a kind of run-in. Wang Wan needed to let the soldiers get used to her combat style and thinking. In special situations where they couldn't communicate with each other, they would be able to guess her direction of action. Of course, Wang Wan didn't actually have a style. She learned a lot. If one had to talk about a style, it would be a style that could be changed at any time. Now that she had fewer people and the enemy had more people, Wang Wan tried to fix a style as much as possible. Zhang Xiaobao wasn't idle either. On one hand, he was receiving news from Pengzhou. On the other hand, he had to send out information to command the economic war there. Under the calm surface, there were surging undercurrents. They were fighting a war that didn't see blood but could still kill people. The arrangements were more or less done. Next, they would have to adapt to the situation. Also, they had to consider the matter of using military force that Wang Wan had mentioned. While the two of them were leisurely leading the army, calculating how much food they could eat and how much more supplies they could get from the desert, Shui Yun brought back another piece of news. Xiao Bao, the imperial court has sent us a letter. They want to give us 2 policies. Take a look and see how we should arrange these 2 policies. One is free and the other is limited. When Wang Wan received the letter from Zhang Ying, she waved at Zhang Xiaobao, who was already walking towards them. Zhang Xiaobao was a little absent-minded. He was calculating the ratio of his family's financial resources to their gains. He had to calculate the rough numbers to prevent his family from losing money after defeating Tubo. If that happened, the economic war wouldn't be fun anymore. If he lost 800 of his own men while losing 1,000 of his own men, it would weaken his reputation. When he read the letter, there were indeed some policies written on it. One of them was that the Zhang family could make their own suggestions within an appropriate range. The other one was that the Zhang family would be allowed to invest a lot of money in Jianan Road, and they would be given 3 years of tax exemption. However, 50% of that had to be invested in infrastructure, and 20% of the other 50% was not allowed to make money. For a medical center that had a balance of income and expenditure, only 30% could be purely commercial. Xiaobao, isn't it too little? You should ask for 50%. Purely for commercial benefits? Wang Wan felt that they had spent too much. Infrastructure was not like their time, where they could collect tolls and bridge tolls. They only spent money and did not earn money. Zhang Xiaobao looked at it for a few seconds and said, I'm afraid that the imperial court will go back on their word. If they don't want to compensate us, they don't need to give the other 30% tax exemption for commercial shop. Just the road repair alone is enough. I'm wondering if I should do that. Who said that road repair is not profitable? Building roads can make money because the government is paying for it. We are just investing our own money. Li Longji won't give us money. He is so stingy that he won't even give us a goldfish bag or clothes. If we expect him to take money from the Ministry of Revenue, I would rather believe that Tubo suddenly became kind and willing to compensate for our losses. Wang Wan really couldn't understand how they could make money by paying for their own roads. Let's not talk about this first. Let's think about what kind of policies we want first. This policy should be a few people from the imperial court testing us. What do you think, if it wasn't us but other businessmen who wanted to consider for the sake of their family and not us, what would they choose? Zhang Xiaobao hadn't considered whether they should use road repair to make money. If other people found out that the Zhang family could operate in this way, what if they stopped it? Let's skip the first policy. Wang Wan thought for a while and said, there are 2 choices. The first is a very stupid choice. I reckon that the imperial court will agree for the time being. That is to let your father become a higher official in Jianan Circuit, which will coincide with the policies given by the imperial court. The second is to deliberately show weakness. For example, when we were in Sanshui County, we directly transferred your father to the capital and asked for a better official position. Neither of these 2 choices are suitable for our current situation. Tell me, what kind of policies do you want? I want to change this policy into 2 policies. Zhang Xiaobao tapped the letter a few times with his hand and thought of a solution. 2? Does that mean that the 2 policies will become more policies? When I was young, I thought about it when I read that the monsters in fairy tales could help you fulfill 3 wishes. The first wish was for me to have many, many wishes. Li Longji isn't a fool. If you really do that, he'll easily come over and beat you up. Wang Wan covered her mouth and laughed for a while before telling Zhang Xiaobao. It was clearly the naive thoughts of a child. If Zhang Xiaobao said to write a letter and send it to the capital, how would the people in the capital react when they read the letter? It would definitely be very interesting. When Zhang Xiaobao heard Wang Wan's words, he also laughed. That's not what I mean. Ha, I just don't want the people in the imperial court to guess my family's intentions. The first policy I want is to give a large piece of land in the northeast or here. It'll be exempted from 5 years of taxes. Any kind of land is fine. The second policy is still land, this desert. It'll be exempted from taxes for 10 years. The imperial court can choose the first policy, but the second policy is confirmed. I believe they'll definitely be willing to give it. Ah? You want the land here? This is the land of Tubo. If it were me, I would also give it. I heard that at the very beginning, when the soldiers on that island retired, they gave them a place to live. They directly chose a certain place in Beijing. In the end, they naturally couldn't come over to take it. What do you want this place for? You even made a request. When Wang Wan heard Zhang Xiaobao's first request, she was only a little confused. What was Zhang Xiaobao's backup plan? But when she heard the second request, she was completely confused. According to this situation, could they still ask for the land in America? The great Tang couldn't do anything about it. Zhang Xiaobao gave a mysterious smile. You don't understand? I want this land because I want the imperial court to choose from the northeast. When we send the people we've trained in the snow mountains to the northeast, the imperial court will once again go back on their word. They definitely won't allow themselves to be schemed against. This way, when this matter is over, we'll have a lot of horses. The imperial court will definitely find an excuse to arrange for us to go to Mongolia. They'll also give us more preferential treatment. This is how benefits are exchanged. Unless they want to shed all pretense of cordiality, they'll be too much of a bully. After going around in a big circle, we're still going back to our original goal. Is there a need for this? Wang Wan understood. Zhang Xiaobao had been calculating and had brought out his original idea. It seemed like he had done an extra job, but the result was the same. There's a need, there's definitely a need. That place isn't the most important. The most important thing is this desert. I won't tell you now. You'll know in the future. Come, write the letter. Just do as I say. Zhang Xiaobao didn't say anything more. He indicated for Wang Wan to write the letter. Wang Wan turned her head away. I still have to train. You do what you need to do. Xue Yun acted as the messenger and flew to Pingzhou again. This time, she brought a 3-page letter to Zhang Zhong. In the letter, she tried to use short sentences to express the meaning clearly. After receiving the letter, Zhang Zhong asked someone to look after the cement and explosive. He hid in a corner and watched. He even carried the 3 old men behind his back. This made the 3 old men's hearts itch. After reading the letter, Zhang Zhong wrote a memorial and had the pigeon bring it to the capital to ask for a decree. He had to implement this matter. Without a decree, it would be hard to say what would happen if the other party changed their mind. Half a day after the pigeon flew away, Zhang Zhong found the 3 old men and showed them the 1-page letter. It was the 2 policies that Zhang Xiaobao proposed. After reading it, just as Zhang Xiaobao said, Old Man Pai was dumbfounded. He had thought of several possibilities, but he didn't expect that Xiaobao, a child that he would slowly nurture in the future, would propose such a request at this time and split the policies into 2. He shook the letter in his hand and said to Old Man Chang and Old Man Yao, "Do you understand? The first request is for a piece of land here or in Hebei province. I think his family wants to go to Hebei province. Why would they want to go there? The land here is absolutely impossible. Otherwise, with the Zhang family's business here, Jiannan province will become his family's in the future. The second request is for a desert. The desert is not under the control of the great Tang. If he has the ability to occupy it, no one will say anything. Why did he propose it alone? Xiao Bao, this child, also learned bad things and knows how to play with people." Old Man Chang didn't think much about this matter. After listening to Old Man Pai's words, he didn't respond. Old Man Yao pondered for a full quarter of an hour before he spoke. According to the way the Zhang family did things in the past, the Zhang family did a lot of inexplicable things and obtained benefits in the end. Since it was proposed by Xiao Bao, even if Xiao Bao didn't learn all of the master's skills, he probably learned most of them. They are now in the desert. Do you guys think they found something good? Will they use it in the future? That's not right. Even if they found something good, who can say what will happen in the future? It's estimated that 10 years later, that place will still be Tubo territory. It won't hurt to give it to him. Think about it carefully. It's not simple. What's not simple? I think Xiao Bao deliberately wants that place to confuse us. If he wants it, we'll give it to him. It's not like the land of our dynasty. If he has the ability, he can go and earn money. Old Man Chang was very direct. If that's the case, then fine. We'll also write a letter and send it to the capital. Old Man Pai still couldn't figure out what Zhang Xiaobao was planning to do. The second request wasn't much of a request. It was other people's land, so it was given away just like that. The three of them wrote a letter and had a pigeon bring it to the capital. Thinking about this matter, they slowly fell asleep. Early the next morning, Zhang Zhong started to get busy again. After arranging the road construction, he had the people in the inner court take care of it. He found the three old men to discuss the first policy given by the imperial court. He took out Zhang Xiaobao's letter and said to the three old men, "Let's make it clear first. We can't go back on the first policy. Lord Bai, the three of you can't write another letter." Chapter 643. Zhang Zhong's words made the three old men's hearts skip a beat, especially Old Man Pai and Old Man Yao. They suddenly had a bad feeling. Old Man Pai gave Old Man Yao a look, meaning to ask, "Did you see anything wrong with the first policy given by the imperial court? Could it be that the 30% tax exemption was too much? Or should the Zhang family be responsible for 20% of the medical center? There had to be something wrong. Otherwise, Zhang Zhong wouldn't have said it in advance." Old Man Yao thought about it carefully and couldn't find anything wrong. This proposal was also thanks to him and Old Man Pai. At first, it was said that the Zhang family would be given 50% of the tax exemption, 30% of the road repair, and 20% of the medical center. In the end, the imperial court was even more ruthless and directly changed the road and business. Gently shaking his head, Old Man Yao took the letter and began to read it. Old Man Pai and Old Man Chang also came forward and read it from beginning to end. The more the three old men read, the more frightened they became. The more they read, the more they regretted it. The more they read, the more they hated the people in the imperial court who changed the road repair and business. Zhang Zhong didn't care about the three old men. He got up and walked around with his hands behind his back. He thought that the three old men wouldn't go back on their word. If they really wrote a letter to the capital, he would retire and go back to his hometown. The three old men really didn't have any intention of writing a letter to the imperial court. Even if they regretted giving such a policy, there was no other way. It wasn't that the policy was bad, but that kid Xiao Bao had become smarter. According to this, if other people want to build roads in the future, they will learn from the Zhang family's method. Their family will open their business next to the newly built roads, and it will be the same for the medical center. Their family is prepared to invest 200,000 strings of coins, 100,000 strings of coins to build the roads, and 40,000 strings of coins to build the medical center. They are even willing to provide the doctors themselves. The remaining 60,000 strings of coins will be opened for business. It doesn't look bad. If you don't have any other tricks up your sleeves, you can say that you're truly serving the country and its people. There's nothing to nitpick about it. But with the other tricks up your sleeves, you're being too much of a bully. Old Man Pai stared at the solution at the back and said excitedly. Old Man Chang chuckled and didn't care anymore. He sat at the side and drank his tea. This wasn't something he could control. He knew that with his ability, even if he had any ideas to restrict the Zhang family, he would still be used. Old Man Yao gritted his teeth that had already lost a few. He nodded and said, "Admirable, truly admirable." He actually brought up the matter of road repair and asked the local merchants where they needed to repair the road. He drew a few lines that would not clash with the current road, and he wanted to build new roads where there were no road. If other merchants wanted to make way for the new road, or if they wanted to do business on the side of the new road, they would have to fork out money to build the new road. If they didn't fork out money, the Zhang family wouldn't build the road where they needed it. They would just take care of themselves. When the time came, He would put down the clinic and use the 60,000 strings of coins to build a big market related to trade at an important location on the side of the road. He would use it to attract people to take the good road. At the same time, the Zhang family's fleet would also specifically travel on this road and sell the goods they transported from other places in the market. How did Xiao Bao come up with this idea? What's even more ruthless? In addition to letting the merchants use the money to repair the road, he would also use a portion of the money to invest in the Zhang family's shop. The money used by the Zhang family to build the road would take up 20% of the entire shop or market, and the technology used by the Zhang family would take up 40%. What does this mean? After Old Man Yao analyzed it, he asked Old Man Pai, who had also thought of this matter. Old Man Pai could now calculate such things. He said, "This means that the 60,000 strings of coins of the Zhang family can be used for a lot of transactions. Others would have to invest at least 120,000 strings of coins to take up the other 40%. In other words, the real money used by the Zhang family to open a business is 180,000 strings of coins. They only used 40% of the technology to expand their business by 3 times. Look, there's another benefit for the merchants. This time, when they return, a portion of the things they plunder will be given to the imperial court, and the other portion will be sold. This will be considered the first transaction in the market in the future. Furthermore, in the future, they will organize caravans to go to the desert to collect useful things. Isn't that the land that Xiao Bao wants? With this excuse, they can go out as they please. As for whether they are going to the outside world to do business with Tubo that won't affect the great Tang, or to really go to the desert to collect things, or to directly plunder, they have proof. Good, Xiao Bao is really amazing. His calculation is really too good. No wonder his family put in so much effort to build the road this time. They used cement to reinforce the tunnel, and even blew up the mountain. So it turns out that they want to build a very good road. Old Man Pai suddenly felt that he was old, really old. He couldn't guess the final goal of the other party just by thinking about it. He had to analyze it from the concrete plan. Who was the one who suggested that they take up 50% of the road? With this, the Zhang family could use this condition to make as much money as possible. The merchants wouldn't object, and they wouldn't dare to hide and not fork out money. The Zhang family's financial resources were enough to support themselves. If they didn't invest now, they wouldn't have such a good opportunity in the future. If they wanted to invest again, they would have to pay a much higher price. Old Man Yao also smacked his lips as he looked at the plan. The most important point isn't this. Look, this is saying that the Zhang family will invest 100,000 strings of cash to build the road. If that's 10% of the total investment, then the others will have to work together to fork out 900,000 strings of cash. With 1,000,000 strings of cash, what kind of road can they build? Connecting the entire Jianan circuit. The Zhang family will be responsible for providing the technology to buy and sell the key roads in the future. They will form a large chamber of commerce and share a portion of the resources. However, the 1,000,000 strings of cash will still be used to buy cement and explosive. The cement and explosives will all belong to the Zhang family. How much money can they make from this? That's right. How much can they make? The price isn't low. I estimate that they can at least make 20% or 30% of the profits. Alright, the Zhang family will be able to earn the money they invested here. Compared to them, they won't have to fork out a single copper coin. They will only be able to take advantage of us. They will just have to provide some technology in the future and bring merchants to Tubo to make money. Their family's caravan will enter Tubo to do business. They won't have to worry about being robbed or killed like other merchants. Who would dare to touch them? Those people are really tired of living. Koku hasn't returned yet. Their family didn't contribute anything at all. I think that when we cooperate in the future, their family will still be able to take advantage of us. Old Man Pai really couldn't think of how Xiao Bao came up with this plan. This was the so-called to gain something without risking anything. Could this be the legendary cash flow? No, it shouldn't be. Otherwise, Cuckoo wouldn't have agreed. It seemed that this kind of method couldn't be used. He really wanted to see it for himself, and let them use it on other countries to see what exactly was going on. Compared to the current method, it would definitely be better. Zhang Zhong waited for a full half an hour before the three old men came over. When they came over, Old Man Pai said to Zhang Zhong, "Yongqing, you are amazing. You gave birth to a good son and a good daughter-in-law. Don't worry, I won't write a letter to the capital. I reckon that even if I did, it would be too late. Before the pigeons can fly, the imperial court's decree will start to arrive." Sir Bai's praise is wrong. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo still have many things that they don't understand. They are just eager to learn, that's all. I hope that Sir Bai can help us in the future. Is this possible? If you feel that there is no benefit to the people and the country, I will write a letter and have Xiao Bao reformulate the plan. For people like my family, earning money is no longer the most important thing. Zhang Zhong said modestly and then asked about the policy. As he said this, he really did have the same thoughts in his heart. If it wasn't beneficial to the people, he would rather not earn too much money. The more Old Man Pai looked at Zhang Zhong, the more he liked him. It was true that the more money a person could earn, the less they would view money as important. Old Man Pai, who had been learning from the Zhang family for a long time, didn't teach for nothing. When he heard Zhang Zhong's thoughts, he said, "There are benefits. It's good for the country and the people. It's not that the merchants here don't have money. Some of them can't spend it locally, so they all go outside to invest. It's just right for them to take out their money. With your family's methods, they won't be able to cause any trouble. In the future, when you go to the capital or Luoyang, the imperial court won't have to worry about your Zhang family doing anything bad. The million strings of cash will be built very well, connecting the entire Jiannan circuit. At that time, the goods from other places can be transported here, and your family will have a new way to earn money. You can transport the goods from Jiannan circuit to other places to exchange for money. In addition, the merchants from Tubo can also come here to do business. There will be more medicinal herbs, and it will be helpful for medical research. Didn't your family mention economic control and plunder when you were in Luzhou a long time ago? It just so happens that you can use it in Jiannan circuit. As for Xiao Bao's future plans, my granddaughter has told me before. That is to buy a large amount of cattle, sheep, and horses from Tubo and provide them with luxury goods. The two will exchange. This way, Tubo's good land will gradually decrease. As for food, we can just exchange it with them from Great Tang. When Tubo's food supply is controlled to a certain extent, that will be the time when Tubo will become a part of Great Tang. If I had known earlier, I would have kept Xian Air by my side and asked her more questions. Now it is already your world. Old Man Pai sighed with emotion. He really admired the children nowadays. Not to mention Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, even his own granddaughter, Xian Air, knew how to analyze the situation from a better perspective. This was an economic war. Under the situation where military force was guaranteed, it was a war that killed without shedding blood. The ruthlessness and calculation were much more powerful than a war of military force. It could reach the level of subduing the enemy without fighting. Old Man Yao also had a similar idea in his heart. He looked at Zhang Zhong, a young man who no one could find fault with in terms of virtue, and said with a smile, "Your family can use the policies to calculate as much as you can. The more you calculate the people in the imperial court, the more the people in the imperial court will pay attention to this matter in the future. They will cultivate more economic talents and not put so much importance on grand scholars. The living eat, wear, and the living they can't do without money." Chapter 644. Since the three old men agreed, Zhang Zhong was relieved. He began to find people who had membership in the ski resort to discuss the investment. After the businessmen understood the whole plan, they immediately knew the means of the Zhang family. Some people really didn't want to help the Zhang family, but they had no choice but to pay. Although there was a road now, the road was not good and transportation was difficult. After the Zhang family finished building the road, there were corresponding measures, which made people tempted. Besides, there were many rich people in Jianandao. If they didn't pay, once others gathered enough money, they wouldn't have the opportunity to cooperate with the Zhang family in the future. They couldn't get new technology, and they couldn't seek benefits from the goods transported from other places with the Zhang family. They couldn't form a caravan and go out with the Zhang family to do business with Tubo. One by one, they said that they would go back and have a good discussion. Then, they left with a copy of the plan. Zhang Zhong had nothing to do at the moment. After thinking for a while, he called Mi Fan and the other two who had just arrived. After Mi Fan and the other two came to Izhou, they didn't stay idle. They had never been here before, so they were curious about everything, especially Jiu Meiling. She found everything interesting. She couldn't sleep much at night. She ran around, looked at the scenery of the snow mountain, and looked at the trees here. She was also fascinated by Xiao Bei and the other little guys. She wanted to join them and play with them. She wasn't a member of the Zhang family, so there were fewer restrictions on her. In addition, during the journey, she occasionally heard from Mi Fan and Han Xianfeng about the various things the Zhang family did. She was curious and began to ask the people in the inner courtyard of the Zhang family and Wang family. After asking once, she was satisfied and asked again. She never got tired of asking. Today, Zhang Zhong called the three of them. The three of them simply tidied up and went to Zhang Zhong's study. After the greeting, Zhang Zhong said to Mi Fan, "Mi Fan, you can go ahead and do what I've arranged for you. Remember, if you feel uncomfortable, think of a solution. If you can't, come back immediately. It doesn't matter even if the plan fails." Ever since Mi Fan had been dealt with by the Zhang family, he had been wholeheartedly doing things for the Zhang family. He admitted that the Zhang family's capabilities were much better than the ship company he used to work for. Hearing Zhang Zhong's warning, he immediately replied, "Master, I understand. I will definitely do my job well. If there is any danger, I will avoid it. You brought me here because of this special ability of mine." Zhang Zhong nodded and looked at Han Xianfeng. Han Xuanfeng's father relied on the Zhang family to do good things. Now that he had been promoted, he wasn't as tired as before. The Zhang family took care of all the supporting matters. Therefore, Han Xianfeng was very respectful to Zhang Zhong. He stepped forward and waited for Zhang Zhong's orders. "You're quite capable as well. I heard that you can speak the languages of several countries. You speak Tubo quite well. When you enter Tubo, don't give yourself away. In the few days between Izhou and when you come out of seclusion, there will be people from Tubo arranged to speak with you every day. Try to familiarize yourself with the local dialect." Zhang Zhong also warned Han Xianfeng. In the end, he looked at Jiu Meiling. Jiu Meiling wasn't under the Zhang family's jurisdiction, but at this moment she felt uneasy. One reason was because of Zhang Zhong's temperament, and the other was because of the power of the Zhang and Wang families. The Dei hospital that she yearned for the most, but couldn't enter, was run by the Zhang family. She, who was usually muddle-headed, became sensible at this moment and stood out with a smile. Zhang Zhong also smiled and said, "You're not a member of the Zhang and Wang families, so I shouldn't ask you to do anything. But this time, it's not only a matter of the Zhang and Wang families, but also the entire Jianan circuit and Great Tang. I could have sent people from the inner court to follow you, but since you're proficient in the art of calculation, I'll let you go. If you make a contribution, the Zhang and Wang families will remember you, and the people of Jianan circuit won't forget you. You'll also let the people of Great Tang see what it means to be a woman who isn't inferior to a man." Jiu Meiling nodded hard and promised, "I usually don't say anything. I only help when you need me. I won't cause trouble for Great Tang." I want to make a request. When I come back, let me enter the day hospital. As long as it's where the Zhang and Wang families are, you can enter wherever you want. But you have to learn well. If you want to go somewhere else, the Zhang and Wang families will help you. Zhang Zhong gave Jiu Meiling a promise. Then, he turned to Mi Fan and said, "Get ready and set off. Take Hawksbill and Pearl with you. This time, there are only 3 of you, and there's no backup. I can still delay you for a month. You have to do what you want within a month. If it doesn't work out, leave." Mi Fan suddenly felt a sense of heroism. She no longer had any worries or discomfort in her heart. She nodded solemnly, turned around, and strode away. Han Xianfeng and Jiu Meiling followed behind. The 3 of them would have to fight alone for a month. After the 3 of them left for a while, Zhang Zhong found 2 people from the inner yard and asked them to think of a way to infiltrate Tubo and protect Mi Fan and the other 2 in secret. If they were in danger, they had to send Mi Fan and the other 2 away first. Then, they could reveal their identities and tell the Tubo that they were from the logistics camp in Izhou. They were also servants of Devilish Cuckoo and had come to deliver the letter of challenge. In this way, the Tubo people would have to consider Cuckoo's temper before they killed the 2 of them. When 2 countries were at war, they didn't kill the envoys. If they really killed the 2 of them, they would have to bear the revenge of Cuckoo. At that time, it wouldn't be a team of less than 10,000 people, but 100,000 border soldiers. They would enter Tubo's territory and ask if Tubo dared to do it. Zhang Zhong's arrangements were almost done. He felt much better, but the others might not feel the same. The Qi family had already raised the price of the grain by a lot, but the effect wasn't very good. Even if everything was 5 copper coins more expensive than what Zhang Zhong offered, the simple people weren't willing to sell. They were waiting for Cuckoo to come back and for Zhang Zhong to send people to get the grain. This kind of integrity made the Qi family feel very helpless. In a country, the most frightening thing was the hearts of the people, especially when there was a general like Cuckoo here. For the sake of the people, there was a river of blood in Tubo. The 2 sides supported each other, so there was no hope of persuading the people here. He could only turn the pressure to the other merchants who cooperated with him and let them think of a way. It wasn't that the merchants who cooperated with the Qi family didn't want to try, but they didn't have a way. The people just didn't want to sell the grain, and those who had zhuangzi didn't sell much either. They all kept the grain. The people were waiting wholeheartedly for Zhang Zhong, and those who had zhuangzi didn't dare to sell. They were afraid of provoking the anger of the people. Helpless, the Qi family wrote a letter to the person who was in charge of this operation. The letter immediately came back. When the Qi family saw the letter, he felt slightly relieved and called all the merchants over. "We're changing the plan now. Because we need money in other places, we can't take out too much money to collect the grain here." After the Qi family gathered all the merchants, he didn't beat around the bush and directly said what he wanted to say. "Qi family, are you saying that we don't need to collect the grain anymore? Then give us the money that we should give for the grain collected before, otherwise we won't be able to make ends meet." A merchant immediately asked worriedly. They were currently putting in money. Now that Zhang Zhong wanted to find merchants to build roads and make money, they couldn't take out the money to follow him. They could only watch others take advantage of him. The other merchants also had the same idea. They all looked at the Qi family. As long as the Qi family said that they didn't want to collect the grain, they would have a good time. If they didn't, they would take the things that the Qi family used as collateral. The Qi family didn't expect the merchants here to stand on his side. Otherwise, how could they cooperate with him when they clearly knew that the increase in grain prices would have a big impact on the people? It was all about money. Looking left and right at the merchants, the Qi family spoke. "Who said that we don't want to collect the grain? Accept it, but not as much as you want like now. On the surface, we'll accept the grain as soon as they bring it, but when it comes to the actual collection, we have to look at the grain. We'll accept all the new grain and delay the old grain. We'll tell them that we'll give them the money after half a month and write a receipt. We have to continue raising the price as well. For millet, we'll raise it to 45 copper coins for a bucket and 65 copper coins for a bucket of rice. If there's a delivery of grain, we'll accept it directly. If there's a large quantity, we'll have someone inspect it carefully. It'll be best if we wait for a few more days. Let's see if that Zhang Zhong doesn't spend money to collect the grain. What are the people without land going to eat? Just do as I say, and once it's done, we won't forget to reward you. When the Qi family said those words, he was thinking about the mastermind behind the scenes. Incredible, truly incredible. Since he couldn't collect the grain, he would just have to mess up the economy of Jianan. After all, the commoners had to eat, right? With such a high price, it was unlikely that those who had grain elsewhere would lower their prices. The merchants immediately understood what was going on. They weren't fools either, and they knew the consequences of doing so. If the Qi family had told them about the arrangement from the start, they definitely wouldn't have agreed to it. But now that things had developed to this point, not only would they not be able to earn a single copper coin, they would also have to pay a huge sum of money. It wasn't easy for them to earn money, and they weren't as carefree as Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Thus, they could only follow this plan. From that day onwards, the price of grain in Jianan rose again and again. The merchants didn't raise the price all at once. Instead, they first lowered the price by a few copper coins, then raised it by a few more copper coins, then lowered it by a few more copper coins, then raised it by a few more copper coins, then lowering it by a few more copper coins, then raising it by a few more copper coins, then lowering it by a few more copper coins, and then raising it by a few more copper coins, giving off an extremely unstable feeling. The plan was devised by the mastermind behind the Qi family, and it worked extremely well. It managed to attract the attention of those who were still observing the situation. Thus, the merchants slowly dragged the matter out. Even 100 dan of grain required an entire day to be inspected. Those who sold their grain heaved a sigh of relief, while those who didn't were anxious, fearing that the price would change the next day. No one knew how much the merchants were willing to accept. If they didn't accept any more, the price would be gone as well. Jianan Circuit's grain would often fluctuate all of a sudden, causing the commoners to worry as well. They had to eat, and they didn't have any land at home. Seeing the price of grain fluctuating, they didn't know whether they should buy it or not. Furthermore, even when the price was low, it would still be much higher than before. Old Man Pai and the others were the first to lose their cool. They sought out Zhang Zhong, who was discussing the matter of investing in the road and partnering with the merchants. Yongqing, what about Xiao Bao's methods? We can't wait any longer. The commoners can't take it anymore. If we don't think of a way to resolve this matter, I'll take out my own grain and share it with the commoners. Old Man Pai was extremely worried. After seeing Zhang Zhong send off a happy merchant, he made a request to Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong really didn't understand today's situation. After hearing Old Man Pai's words, he asked someone to come over and ask. After understanding the situation, he took out his tea set. While making kung fu tea for the 3 old men, he said, "They can't take it anymore so quickly. I didn't expect that according to Xiao Bao's estimation, we'll have to wait at least 2 to 3 days. It seems that the Tubo people are quite capable. They know how to use today's method. Alright, then I'll take action. I'll open the Chongping warehouse in Izhou and let the commoners receive grain according to their household registration. Those who don't farm can receive grain according to the number of people. Even if they're rich, they can also receive grain according to the number of people. If we snatch a lot of grain from the Tubo people, our family won't be able to finish it. We'll give it to the commoners and stabilize the market first. We'll wait for them to use other methods." Xiao Bao said that economic warfare is very interesting. Unless there's no other choice, we can't reveal our trump cards. Of course, there are some people who don't know how to fight economic warfare. They only know how to scam the merchants in the end, but they don't care about how the commoners will be affected by the fluctuations. We can't blame them since they don't have the ability. Xiao Bao said that he definitely won't allow economic warfare to affect the commoners. When Zhang Zhong spoke, he puffed out his chest with pride. He was proud of himself and his son. Only his son could say such arrogant words. If he said that he wouldn't allow it, then he wouldn't allow it. Just like his daughter-in-law, he forced the Tubo army of 40,000 to stand guard and didn't dare to move forward. Old Man Pai and the other two were stunned by Zhang Zhong's words. They thought that Chong Pingsang was the last resort, but they didn't expect that it wasn't. The Zhang family still had a backup plan. Old Man Pai and Wei Wei nodded and took a cup of tea. They drank half of it and poured away the rest. They said to Zhang Zhong with satisfaction, "Yongqing, this is the right way. It seems that Xiao Bao has learned a lot. The Zhang family's way of doing things is unpredictable. They always have a backup plan, making it impossible for others to guess where their bottom line is." Okay, Chong Pingsang in Kaiyi Province. Previously, we snatched a lot of grain from the Tubo people and forced their commoners to the other side of the river. They should be able to last for a while. Yongqing, there's one more thing. Since we're giving grain to the commoners who don't farm, shouldn't we also give some to the commoners who farm? Otherwise, the commoners' hearts will be cold. Old Man Pai had also thought of the things that Old Man Pai was thinking about. He looked at Zhang Zhong from the side and waited for Zhang Zhong's reply. The commoners who were farming had left grain for Zhang Zhong, but in the end, Zhang Zhong had specifically given grain to the people who didn't farm. What would they think? Zhang Zhong held his teacup and looked at the three people's faces. He said, "There are misunderstandings. Otherwise, Chong Pingsang wouldn't be able to take care of so many commoners. Xiao Bao's plan would also be interrupted, and my family's loss would be great. After a while, we will compensate the commoners who are farming. But we absolutely can't do that now. Those who can't keep the grain can take this opportunity to sell it. Those who are willing to keep the grain, my Zhang family won't treat them unfairly. You don't have to worry about this matter. We have our own arrangements. It's a good opportunity to see how the people are feeling." Old Man Chong had already drunk several cups of tea in a row, but he still wasn't satisfied. When he was about to pick up a new cup and drink it, he heard Zhang Zhong's words. He said to Zhang Zhong, "Yongqing, I'll remember what you said. When the time comes, if your family doesn't compensate, I'll hang myself in front of your house." "Don't, Uncle Zhang. Don't be like this. I'll definitely make arrangements. Don't worry, it's cold again. The construction in Kaiyi Province is almost done. We need to expand outward. No matter what, I have to make the commoners here better off before I leave Jiannan Province. As for the war at the front line and the economic war at the rear, you don't have to worry too much about them. Those are small matters. Whether or not the commoners can live well is a big matter." Zhang Zhong smiled and stopped Old Man Chong. Old Man Chong had a bad temper. He couldn't do anything to the Zhang family, so he wanted to use his life to force them. Zhang Zhong didn't dislike it. After all, the three old men were wholeheartedly for the commoners. Old Man Chang's method was just a bit extreme, so it didn't matter. Old Man Pai and the other two got the answer they wanted. After drinking tea, they went fishing. Zhang Zhong immediately arranged for people to open up Chongping's warehouse. He mobilized people to transport the grain to the areas affected by the grain price and distributed it to the commoners. A portion of the grain was given to the poor families for free, while the commoners were sold to them at the same price as before. Because the grain was stolen from Tubo, Zhang Zhong didn't keep it for himself. He also didn't want to earn money from it. He promised the commoners that the money from selling the grain would be given to them in another way. When the front line matters were settled, it was more or less ready to operate. He told them to wait. When the Zhang family released Chongping's warehouse and only targeted the people who didn't farm, the people who had grain felt uncomfortable. They hesitated and didn't know if they should sell the grain or not. Cuckoo was still fighting, but Zhang Zhong didn't consider them. How should they choose? Just as they were hesitating, Zhang Xiaobao's operation back then had an effect. The imperial court sent a decree to prove to the various prefectures of Jiannan that Cuckoo wasn't the commander of this war. They used her age to scare Tubo, and the real commander was someone else. At this time, the commoners also knew. They couldn't guess anything else and could only choose to believe the imperial court. They knew that Cuckoo wasn't a powerful demon and that there was an expert behind her. They used this to anger Tubo and mobilize Tubo's troop. Many commoners changed their minds and sold the grain in their hands to the grain collectors. Because the grain collectors controlled the amount of grain they bought and deliberately delayed, the commoners who sold the grain stood in a line at the place where they bought the grain. Seeing that the merchants were deliberately taking their time to buy the grain, the commoners couldn't stand it. They all clamored for the merchants to buy their grain at the price they offered. As a result, the pressure on the grain collectors increased. When they saw the angry commoners on the street waiting to sell their grain, they were afraid that the government would intervene. They had no choice but to find Master Qi. Master Qi didn't expect that Zhang Zhong's reaction would be so fast. He now knew that his economic war had been discovered by the Zhang family. All of their methods were targeted at his grain prices. Thinking that the economic war was revealed by the Zhang family, Master Qi couldn't hold it in anymore. He had no choice but to write a letter to the person behind this. He didn't think that the Zhang family couldn't see through the trick. After all, this was what they did. The person behind Qi Dongjia also replied within a short period of time. First, he reprimanded Qi Dongjia, saying that he couldn't keep his cool and messed up when encountering problems. Then, he mentioned a solution and told Qi Dongjia that as long as he thought about it carefully, there would be a solution. When Master Qi received the letter, he didn't care whether it was reprimanded or not. He acted as if he had found a treasure and found a group of merchants. Can't you all wait? If you can't hold it in when you encounter a small matter, what big things can you do in the future? Think about it carefully, there is actually a solution to any problem. Master Qi told the merchants what the person behind the scenes said to him. He put on the appearance of an expert. The merchants looked at each other. How could they think of a solution? They turned their heads and stared at Master Qi, waiting for him to make the arrangements. They wanted to see what kind of method he had. Master Qi enjoyed the feeling of being looked up by others. He said to the crowd, "It's very simple. First, take their grain, but don't give them money immediately. Tell them that we will give them money after the inspection. But we can write a written agreement. If the inspection is good, we will not accept the compensation. If we can't accept the compensation after the inspection, we will tell them the reason. As long as they can get through this period of time, you can do whatever you want." Master Qi, your idea sounds good. But what if there is really no money to accept the compensation? Don't tell me that we really have to compensate the people? A merchant thought for a while and found the key point of the problem. Master Qi was doing this. Wasn't he trapping them? The other merchants also thought of this. They all looked at Master Qi, waiting for a reasonable explanation. They couldn't be fooled. Master Qi already had a plan. He laughed and said, "You all, not only are you timid, you can't see the future clearly. How about this, if you really don't want to do it, then change the method. Tell the people selling the grain that you are buying grain for a person surnamed Chen. Ask them to send the grain to Tonghua County. There will be someone there to accept it. You don't have enough money to accept it." Master Qi really didn't want to do this. If he did, his usefulness would be reduced. The person behind the scenes mentioned this in the letter and asked him to make the arrangements himself. If one plan didn't work, then he would use another. Of course, the person behind the scenes saw him as someone who was very good at socializing. He thought that with his ability, he could make the merchants pay for the grain. It was his own lack of ability. He didn't want to admit this, and he didn't dare to delay this matter. He could only tell the other person. The two of them worked together. From now on, that person would be in charge. With a new method, the merchants were satisfied. They left happily and went to arrange their own matters. Soon, the people knew about this matter. After estimating the distance and transportation cost, they felt that there was still a lot of profit to be made. They either transported the grain themselves or found someone to hire horses and carriages. The grandiose transportation team headed for Tong Hua County in Maozhou. The team was not small. The local transportation industry people had made a profit this time. They all raised the price. The reason was that the road was not easy to travel on. Also, the price of the livestock and food for the livestock was expensive. They could either wait for Zhang Zhong to fix the road or spend more money. Chapter 645. This time, Zhang Zhong needed Old Man Pai and Old Man Yao, especially Old Man Pai. He used to be an official in Yizhou and even investigated people in Jiannan Circuit. He was the perfect person to use. Old Man Pai was also surprised by Zhang Zhong's sudden arrival. He said to Zhang Zhong, "Yongqing, we were just about to look for you. I didn't expect you to come. Just in time, accompany this old man fishing." Without saying anything, Zhang Zhong took out the fishing rod he had brought with him. He put the bait on and threw it into the river. He was already used to fishing when he talked to Old Man Pai. According to his son, this was a habit he had developed from being spoiled between the clouds and the water in Sanshui County. Old Man Pai also changed the bait. With a flick of his wrist, he let the hook go into the water. It was unknown what he was thinking. Did he know how to fish? In this kind of flowing water, he actually used a floater. He watched as the floater was washed away by the water and tilted the fishing line, but he didn't care. When Zhang Zhong saw this, he admired him. This was what it meant to be on the level. He said that he came out to fish in the water, but the servants at home gave him a rod with a bottom hook, saying that it was the fishing experience of the young master. Whoever used a floater in the water was stupid. Regardless of whether the rod was stupid or not, this kind of calmness was not easy for others to learn. It was admirable, truly admirable. It was probably because it was tiring to hold the rod, and there were too many tools that came with it. Otherwise, wouldn't official Bai have brought a whole bunch of fishing rods here to fish? Old Man Pai didn't have this kind of awareness. If it wasn't for the sake of talking, he would have used electricity. He would pull a net downstream and then use electricity upstream to catch the fish. It was convenient and effective. "Yongqing, do you think my hook is not good?" Old Man Pai asked Zhang San after fishing for a while. Zhang Zhong said in his heart, "Isn't this nonsense? You shouldn't use this kind of pole at all." However, he couldn't say it so bluntly. That would be too unprofessional. Besides, Sir Bai wasn't asking about this matter. Therefore, Zhang Zhong thought for a moment and said, "Yes, Sir Bai, I think the current is too strong," so it drifted past. It would be good if it was stable, otherwise the fish would not take the bait easily. Yongqing knows more. Steady? Yongqing, this fish is going crazy, can you still hold on? Old Man Pai asked Zhang Zhong as he slowly kneaded the fish bait mixed with fish bone powder and lard. Zhang Zhong glanced at it and thought that Sir Bai's heart was finally in a mess. Otherwise, who would use this kind of bait? This bait was used to catch the blackfish, or it could be said that it was specially used to catch fish that ate fish. Without saying anything, Zhang Zhong directly took out some flour from the bag behind him. There was also some ground pork bone flour inside. He casually sprinkled it into the river and said to Old Man Pai, "If it makes a mess in the cage, it will still be in the cage. Could it hurt people?" Old Man Pai looked at Zhang Zhong in surprise, especially the thing that Zhang Zhong sprinkled in the water. He asked, "Yongqing, you want to use the cage to keep the fish, then what are you sprinkling now?" Old Man Pai was very familiar with this kind of verbal confrontation. An expression, a movement, and even a look, all contained different meanings. He had to ask. Zhang Zhong sprinkled 2 more handfuls of flour and answered, "I am making a whirlpool." When fishing, I use a lot of other things to attract fish. This is what a whirlpool is. When the time comes, I will put in good bait. When a lot of fish gather, they will be willing to come to the good bait. I see, but this is flowing water. Old Man Pai was not confused to this extent. How could one make a whirlpool in flowing water? Yes, flowing water. I can only make a whirlpool in one river and gather all the other fish, no matter if it is a tributary or a main stream. If they are too scattered, it will be difficult to catch them. I am afraid that they will not be together. As long as they are together and feel that this river is good, I will have a way to catch them all in one go. Zhang Zhong threw all his fishing rods into the river and said to Old Man Pai. This time, even old Zhang, who didn't know much about politics, understood what Zhang Zhong meant. Zhang Zhong wanted the grain collectors and livestock collectors to gather together so that they could deal with the problem together, unlike at the beginning when they were separated. Old Man Pai looked at Zhang Zhong and nodded with satisfaction. Zhang Zhong was finally able to act on his own. In the future, when he fought with others, he would know when to advance and when to retreat. He did not have to worry too much. He looked at Zhang Zhong now as if he was looking at his own son. His son was an official elsewhere, so he could only treat Xiao Bao, Cuckoo, and Xin Er as his grandchildren. He treated Zhang Zhong as his son. Even if he often caused trouble for his son and grandchildren, it was to train them. Seeing Zhang Zhong's steady appearance, he asked, "Yongqing, are you going to use a fishing rod to catch them all in one go?" "No, the fishing rod is only for fishing. The fishing rod is for the fish who think they are smart. The net is also not for the fish. If you use a net, unless you use too much manpower, you will not be able to catch them. Even if you catch them, they will only be small fish. I am going to use this thing." As Zhang Zhong spoke, he took out a glass bottle from his bag. It was a very big bottle. It was difficult to see what was inside, but the twister on the bottle proved its power. Zhang Zhong took out the bottle and a fireside. After blowing on it, he smiled at Old Man Pai and the others. Old Man Pai and the other two immediately stopped fishing and turned around to retreat. They knew that this thing would explode, and it was a very powerful one. It was almost as powerful as the grenades that Cuckoo had brought. Zhang Zhong ignited the twister. After the twister burned into the bottle, he casually threw it. The bottle fell into the water, and Zhang Zhong immediately lay down. After the explosion, Zhang Zhong climbed up and looked at the fish that had been blown out of the water. He said to Old Man Pai, "There are no real big fish, so it is not time to reel in the net. I will first blow them up, and then we will talk about it later." Old Man Pai and the others had nothing to worry about at this time. Since Zhang Zhong was already prepared, there was no need for them to worry. Old Man Pai changed the fishing rod. There was no float on the hook in front, but a lead block. He shook his hand and threw it into the water. "Yo Ching, you just blew up a lot of fish, right? Take it back and let someone stew it. Stew it into a milky white soup. I'll go now." Zhang Zhong did not fish up the fish that had been blown up. He nodded, put away his things, and left to arrange the economic war. As for the stewing of the fish, he could arrange for someone else to do it. "Xiao Bao, we are about to set off. Have you made the arrangements? If we are too far away, Shuiyun will delay things. Without a satellite, it will be too tiring for me to command, and it will easily cause too many casualties." In the desert, Wang Wan felt that it was about time. She wanted to carry out the next step of the battle plan, so she said to Zhang Xiaobao, "It's all arranged. That person from Tubo is quite smart. He knows how to divert the trouble. Unfortunately, his opponent is not an ordinary person from the Great Tang. I am not worried. What do you want to do? We will leave immediately." Zhang Xiaobao finally found a few snakes, the very poisonous ones. He shared the snake gall with Cuckoo and ate it raw. He also ate some garlic to avoid eating parasite. He did not know what he was thinking, but he did not use the strong wine. The remaining snake meat was given to Wang Wan to make soup. It looked like a lot, but after it was made there were only 3 bowls. Zhang Xiaobao was not willing to eat it himself, so he gave one to Wang Wan and one to the 2 injured people who had not recovered yet. After sharing, he heard Wang Wan's call. He thought about his plan and felt that there were not many loopholes, so he signaled to Wang Wan to start. Wang Wan ordered the troops to pack up. She looked at the lake not far away, mounted the horse, and shouted to the soldiers to set off. The Tang army continued to move westward. After walking for a while, Wang Wan looked back at the lake and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "I really don't want to leave now. It is too comfortable to stay in this desert. Unfortunately, we don't have enough food. If we don't leave now, we won't be able to find enough food to feed nearly 10,000 people in a few days." Zhang Xiaobao nodded in understanding. It's about time. Don't always think about doing things perfectly. Just do your best. We will come back in the future. At that time, there will be no Tubo army waiting outside. That's right. This is our world after all. Let's go. Wang Wan urged the horse, and the entire army moved faster. The Tang army's soldiers worshipped Wang Wan to the extent of a deity. General Wang said that the Tubo army wouldn't dare to come in, so the Tubo army really didn't dare to come in. They could bathe here, catch the insects and snakes in the desert, and even eat the things in the desert. This life was really good. If it wasn't for the lack of food, perhaps they could stay here for another month or 2. At this moment, they were moving westward. It seemed that General Wang wanted to take a big detour and go behind the Tubo army to launch a sneak attack. All the soldiers guessed. They didn't have the fear of death in the war anymore. Their lives were no longer that important. How many enemies were heroes? If they could go back alive, they would have a good life. Even if they died, their families would also be taken care of. When they came out, they had already thought it through. At this time, Wang Wan also didn't think about the life and death of the soldiers. She knew that if she thought too much, she would stop moving forward. If she wanted to be a general, she couldn't care about the life and death of every soldier. If she could take care of them, she could only take care of them. If she couldn't, she could only resign herself to fate. Leading the army all the way to the west, Wang Wan didn't forget to arrange for Shuiyun. She said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Xiaobao, I'll leave you here. Haven't you been a little familiar with communicating with Shuiyun these few days? You stay here and catch up with us after 3 days. This is under the condition that we don't encounter the enemy. If we encounter them, come immediately." Zhang Xiaobao revealed a smile and nodded to Wang Wan. "Don't worry, I will survive. I am Zhang Xiaobao, the Zhang Xiaobao who was hated by countless people. Even the police dogs couldn't track me, let alone the Tubo people. Even if Shuiyun didn't take me to find you, I would still rush back to Izhou. I don't believe that there is anyone who can compare to me in individual special forces. Then be careful. Remember, without you, I will definitely not be able to live by myself. It's very boring. Let's go." Wang Wan left these words and gradually disappeared from Zhang Xiaobao's sight with the army. Zhang Xiaobao turned his head and looked at Shuiyun, who was as smart as a human, standing on his shoulder. He said, "I'll rely on you for the rest of the days. If we really encounter danger, you run first. Don't worry about me. In this vast desert, I can't play with them to death." Shuiyun was indeed different from ordinary falcons. It was very sensible and knew that it had temporarily changed masters. It affectionately rubbed its head against its new master, who often caught snakes and skinned them for meat. After calling out, it flew into the blue sky. Lufatuda didn't know that Wang Wan's army had moved. Looking at the falcon that appeared in the sky every day, he thought that Wang Wan was resting in the desert. He really wanted to get this falcon down. It was too annoying. In the few days that he couldn't wait any longer, he sent 2 teams of soldiers, a total of 200 people, to check, but in the end, not a single one returned. It was all because of this falcon. 2 days ago, he sent 100 people to take advantage of the fact that the falcon had flown away and hadn't returned. In the end, after the teams entered, the falcon returned 4 hours later. How could it return in such a timely manner? There was no need to count on those 200 people. They didn't have a chance to return. Not to mention this falcon, even if it didn't, the enemy would have discovered it in advance. Perhaps because they discovered it, they didn't immediately attack, but instead formed an encirclement. How could Demon Fiend Cuckoo not think of this kind of thing that even he could think of? Useless spies. 2 days ago, they even sent a message saying that the person in command here wasn't Cuckoo, but someone else. Wasn't that stupid? He and Cuckoo had fought a few battles, but he still didn't know who was in command. During the battle, how could he not see Cuckoo's dispatch clearly? There was only a messenger beside him. How could there be an expert? Not to mention that there wasn't an expert, even if there was, he didn't see it. So what? He was facing the enemy here. Whether it was an expert or Cuckoo, could it be that they weren't commanding the army? Didn't he have to face them? His opponent was the current Tang army. It didn't matter who was in command. The falcon isn't here yet. What are you all doing? Didn't you say to go back and find someone? The more Luftfutter thought about it, the more sullen he felt. Just because of a falcon in the sky, he was stuck here and couldn't move. Who knew if the Tang army would take advantage of his carelessness to launch a sneak attack? When Zhang Xiaobao led a falcon to confuse the enemy, 3 days had passed. Zhang Xiaobao didn't hesitate and immediately put on a leather rope for himself. He even specially left a piece of rope so that he could tie it around the falcon's claws. This was to prevent Shui Yun from being too happy and letting go of its claws. If that happened, he would die unjustly. Just as Zhang Xiaobao and Shui Yun were about to leave, Luftfutter's long-awaited falcon squad finally arrived. There were 12 people. Including the 2 people who went to find someone, there were a total of 14 people. They brought 12 falcons with them. Once they arrived, the falcons flew up. Zhang Xiaobao saw it, Shui Yun saw it too. Zhang Xiaobao whistled hard to call Shui Yun down. Shui Yun probably estimated the number of people on both sides and wisely chose to change tactic. It could be said that it was a strategic retreat. With a cry, he dove down towards Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao was already prepared. When Shui Yun flew over, he ran forward and jumped. He straightened his back in the air. The moment he jumped, Zhang Xiaobao chose to believe in Shui Yun. If someone saw his jump at this time, they would be shocked. When he ran and jumped, he was actually 5 feet above the ground. His body was very free even in such a situation. At this moment, he was the Zhang Xiaobao that made countless special forces feel helpless. Shui Yun didn't let down its unique battle falcon name. It immediately found the right position and pulled Zhang Xiaobao up. It allowed Zhang Xiaobao to tie the rope around its feet. Run, we can't beat them. There are too many of them. When Zhang Xiaobao was caught, he didn't forget to shout. He didn't care whether Shui Yun understood him or not. Shui Yun cried and flapped its wings. It flew in the direction of Wang Wan's squad. Behind it, the 12 falcons were closely following. Don't be afraid, I'm still with you. Let's fight together. When we find Cuckoo, you dive down. If they dare to dive down with you, they'll all be turned into spiked falcons. It's a new breed. Zhang Xiaobao took out the 2 guns at his waist and checked them. He didn't forget to shout at Shui Yun. Shui Yun tried its best to fly. It wasn't stupid. It wouldn't fight against 12 falcons alone. The 12 falcons didn't have any burdens. Their flying speed was naturally fast. No matter how strong Shui Yun was, it couldn't increase its speed by catching a person. Luftfutter rode on his horse and chased after them. He had already seen that there was a person below the falcon. It was the person who was with Cuckoo. He didn't know what he did. According to the intelligence, he was Zhang Zhong's son. Was he here to play? Catch him and kill that falcon. Lufatura was very excited when he thought of the chance to catch the son of Izhou provincial governor Zhang Zhong. He shouted from below. The 12 eagles gradually approached the water cloud and continued to rise higher. Zhang Xiaobao also saw this situation. He shouted at Shui Yun, "If you're really smart, fly higher. Don't worry about me. My regulating ability is not bad. I'm not afraid of short of oxygen. Let's work together and get rid of them." Shui Yun didn't know if it understood Zhang Xiaobao's words or if it was due to its instincts during battle. Shui Yun really did try its best to fly higher. Relying on its different physique compared to normal falcons, it gradually occupied the sky. The 12 falcons weren't afraid. After all, they had a lot of people. They also tried their best to catch up. They wanted to catch this seemingly powerful fellow. Lufatura led his team and chased with all his might. He wasn't slow at all. When he saw the 12 falcons gradually approaching, a smile finally appeared on his face. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao finished checking the gun. He took a deep breath and shouted at Shui Yun, "Turn, let's fight it out with them. I can at least kill 6 of them. I can also cover for you. Don't be afraid. My stiletto is longer than their claws." Perhaps the water cloud really did understand. It flew up a little more, drawing a very beautiful arc, and rushed towards the left wing of the pursuing eagles. Its eyes were wide open, and its mouth was slightly moving. That falcon also gathered its courage and rushed toward Shui Yun. It wanted to use itself to delay Shui Yun. Just as the 2 falcons were about to come into contact with each other, Zhang Xiaobao's gun rang out. How could the falcon that was rushing towards them expect such a weapon? It didn't have any time to react. Its head was instantly smashed into pieces. "Go! Go! Go!" Zhang Xiaobao put the gun back on his waist and shouted excitedly. "Ga!" Shui Yun didn't expect to get rid of an opponent so quickly. It cried out, shook its wings, and turned around to continue. With another bang, the second falcon was shot down. The scatter shot flew out and scraped the neck of the other falcon. That falcon immediately left the team in fear and flew back. Zhang Xiaobao took out the short crossbow on his back and continued to charge with Shui Yun. This kind of aerial battle was very comfortable. The main thing was that Shui Yun was very good at adjusting its position. It had the height and speed and was very agile. Zhang Xiaobao felt that it was more comfortable to charge from above. The third falcon was shot down by him. He didn't use the crossbow but a sleeve arrow. The members of the seedling protection team already had so many things on them. How could he not have enough? Another sleeve arrow took care of the 4th falcon. Shui Yun excitedly continued to chase. With a dive, the 5th falcon was killed. This time, it wasn't Zhang Xiaobao's crossbow arrow but the flying locust needles on Zhang Xiaobao's belt. When the 6th falcon was shot down by Zhang Xiaobao with the short crossbow, Zhang Xiaobao changed the weapon in his hand to the short bow. He also held a military knife parallel to the bow arm and was ready to continue the battle. The remaining 6 falcons were finally scared and flew down. Before Zhang Xiaobao shouted for Shui Yun to retreat and stop chasing, Shui Yun knew what to do. It was also scared of the arrows below and didn't have any intention of chasing. It flapped its wings and ran away. Lufatura and his cavalry watched the man and the falcon leave just like that. Motherfucker, he ran away? What was that thing? He took care of a falcon in one move. Lufatura looked up at the sky and said in a daze. There were already people around him, picking up the 6 falcons that were shot down. The 12 falcons helplessly sighed. They understood that the dead falcons were still okay. The remaining 6 falcons had lost their courage to continue the battle. Falcons were like hunting dogs. When they met a strong opponent, they would either fight to the death or become useless. Chase, chase. That Xiaobao probably can't do anything anymore. Lufatura didn't know so much and still shouted at the 12 people. One of the 2 original falconers stepped forward and explained, "General, we can't chase after it. Since the falcon has returned, as long as we meet this falcon in the future, we won't have the courage to fight with it. It's just like some people, once they've been beaten into submission, they won't dare to summon up the courage to fight again. Luftjude didn't expect this result. He looked at the person who spoke and then at the 6 falcons that landed on the ground. He thought for a while and sighed. Sigh. Don't they know that they didn't lose to the falcon, but that person? Won't it be like this in the future? General, it's more or less the same. They probably knew that it was that person, but that person isn't important. What's important is that they know the difference between them and the falcon. The remaining 6 falcons didn't dare to go over, which means that the falcon can definitely win against them. Look, that falcon was carrying a person and was very agile. What if that person wasn't there? The eagle trainer who spoke just now added. Luftjude didn't want to believe this fact, but he had to. Wasn't he also forced to not move because of that person? That person was strong, his falcon was strong too. What else could he say? He helplessly said to everyone, "Let's go back and continue to guard there. Maybe they won't have anything to eat in a few days. They will have to fight eventually." Chapter 646. The autumn sky was blue, and the maple leaves were red, swaying with the wind. The desert was desolate, and the light cavalry was nowhere to be found. The rich went hunting while the poor were pickling vegetables. The Tang Empire and Tubo discovered something at the same time. Cuckoo's light cavalry was gone, and there was no more news from Pingzhou. Luftjude let the falcons circle the sky, but they couldn't find the 10,000 people hiding. He sent a small team into the desert to take a look, but they still didn't find any traces. He wanted to send a large team in to search, but he was worried that they would be ambushed, so he could only foolishly wait. He also cooperated with the people of another division to train the troops when he had nothing to do. Zhang Zhong also didn't get any news for 10 days. He was worried, so he tried not to think too much. Old Man Pai and the other 2 were also restless. They didn't know what the 2 little guys were going to do, and they didn't even give them a letter. The 3 couldn't sleep at night, so they put on their clothes and went to find Zhang Zhong. They didn't care if Zhang Zhong was sleeping or not, but the servant told them that Zhang Zhong went to the little girl and the little boy. The 3 then went to Xiaobei and the other little guys. When they arrived, they found that Zhang Zhong was persuading the little guys to sleep. During the day, the little guys missed their brother and sister, and kept asking them to come back. The maids didn't listen to them no matter what. In the end, Pomegranate, who tried to use the wood of the maple tree to grow fungi, took a few maple leaves and stuck them on the folded paper boat. She asked the little guys to write what they could think of on the boats, and sent someone to send them to the river and put them in the water. She said that Qiufeng would take the maple leaves to tell the little boy and little girl, and they would come back when they knew. In the end, the little guys were led to the mountain to pick maple leaves. They picked a lot of them, and when they came back, they folded the paper boats and stuck them on themselves. They put one on the side and planned to put it in the river at dawn. They didn't sleep. After Zhang Zhong found out about the situation, he came over to persuade them. He arrived not long before Old Man Pai and the other 2. The little guys were not very nimble, and when they stuck the maple leaves on their bodies, they got sticky all over their bodies. However, they did not care. They stuck the maple leaves excitedly, and had already stuck more than 500 boat. "I'll just write, 'I miss you guys.' No, I've already written, 'I miss my brother.' No, I've already written." When the 3 old men arrived, Xiaobei was frowning as she tried to think of a vocabulary. How much vocabulary did she have? She wrote down everything that she could think of, but there were a few that were repeated. She was so anxious that her little mouth was pursed, and it looked like she was about to cry. The Old Man Pai walked in front of Xiaobei, reached out his hand and touched Xiaobei's hair as he said, "Just write that the mountains are high and the rivers are far apart, and the heart is bright." Xiaobei was stunned. She raised her head to look at Old Man Pai, then lowered her head to think. Perhaps she did not understand the meaning of this sentence, but she still nodded and signaled to the person beside her to write it down. Old Man Yao said enviously, "It seems that the heavens have given all the best things to the Zhang family and the Wang family. How many brothers and sisters in the officials like the two families can be like this? I'll also help you think of one. Just write that the stars are scarce and the sun and the moon are scattered, and which flowing clouds hold the promise together." The little guys did not understand the meaning, but it sounded good, so they asked someone to write it down. Xiao Bei raised her head and looked at her father with an expectant gaze. How could Zhang Zhong refuse? He also said, "The bright sun always shines on the body at home, and the hazy rain at the border does not blow people away. Xiao Bei, let father hug you. You are all father's good children." Old Man Chang could not think of a sentence, so he took a piece of paper and folded a boat. As he folded, he said, "You are all great talents and can come up with ideas as soon as you open your mouth. I can't. I'll fold a boat for the little guys. Fold a tall boat just like their house." The sensible maidservant at the side immediately took the opportunity to say, "Xiao Bei, why don't we go to sleep and let master write it?" "No." Xiao Bei turned her head away. "Then let's watch from the side and let others read it. If we hear something good, we'll write it down?" The maidservant suggested again. Xiao Bei thought about it and realized that she really could not speak, but she also could not write. She nodded and said, "Okay." She agreed, and the other little guys also agreed. They all sat to the side obediently, listening to others speak and watching others write. Thus, the old housekeeper, whom even Zhang Jiuling respected very much, folded boats for the little guys. The Prime Minister of 3 dynasties, Yao Chong, the former Crown Prince of the Ministry of Revenue, Zhan Shi, the Inspector of Jiannan, and the top scorer of the Jinshi examination, the Provincial Governor of Izhou, began to write for the little guys. Some people from the inner courtyard also joined in. Even so, the 3 old men and Zhang Zhong were very happy. It was really difficult to get the little guys to agree. Usually, the little guys only listened to Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. The food they ate was made by Xiao Bao and Cuckoo was their favorite. The stories they listened to were told by Xiao Bao and Cuckoo the most. There were many people who wanted to come over and establish relationships with the little guys to flatter them, but the little guys did not give them face. It was really not easy to get the little guys to agree even once. They did not care whether you had power or money. They had their own set of attitudes towards people and things. The people from the inner courtyard were also very enthusiastic. A male chauffeur, who was responsible for following the little guys and carrying things and moving things, said at this time, "I'll also write one. 100 turns of steep mountains cannot hide, ridge road, wrong, it's a blind pair." When Wang Wan's younger brother heard this, he looked over angrily and said, "The forest is opposite the dock, the ridge is opposite the mountain, the daytime is opposite the spring, there is a ridge, and you still say ridge? Then you say it." Xiao Bei was listening and was interrupted, so she said with dissatisfaction, I'll say it. 100 against 1,000, turn against turn, steep mountains against blue mountains. Green mountains cannot hide, blue water cannot hide, 100 turns of steep mountains cannot hide, 1,000 turns of mountain range cannot hide." Wang Wan's younger brother said with his chest puffed out. Xiao Bei seemed to have seen something novel. She turned her head and looked over. She looked at this guy that her older brother and sister had said could be like her older brother and sister in the future and be together with her. Old Man Pai and the other 2 people, as well as Zhang Zhong, were also shocked. Zhang Zhong knew that Cuckoo's younger brother, Xiao Yuan, was usually smart and could remember what others said, but he did not expect him to be smart to this extent. The first part that Zhang Zhong understood was something that Cuckoo had specially taught to the village children in the past. The latter part was not. How did this child learn it? Old Man Zhang felt that this silly little fellow was fun to play with, like his older sister. Old Man Bai sighed at the fact that another genius had appeared in the Wang clan. Old Man Yao, on the other hand, was extremely jealous. All the good things were happening between their 2 clans. How were other people supposed to live? It seemed that he had to look around in his own clans and send those around the same age to learn together. The teachings of an expert could not be monopolized by the two clans. Zhang Zhong went over and picked Xiao Yuan up to take a closer look. He kissed him and praised, "Good. Xiao Yuan, learn well. Write this down." The people in the inner courtyard immediately started writing. They appeared to be much calmer. With the existence of the young master, young lady, and young immortal, they could accept even the most unusual things. The night passed in a warm and excited atmosphere. The little guys did not stay up until dawn. They fell asleep while listening. Other than the stars in the sky, there were also many small boats that accompanied them. Zhang Zhong, who had stayed up all night, went to take a bath. He also had a massage and drank a bowl of soup. Then, he took the snacks and small abalones prepared by his family and went to work on the road repair and fighting with people. Old Man Pai and the other two were old and did not sleep much. They just needed to lie down for a while, take a steam bath, sit in the carriage, and travel on the newly repaired road. They drank truffle soup and ate buns while they were eating. They also followed Zhang Zhong to work. Bai Shu and Yao Chong originally wanted to relax, but when they were free, they realized that they could not adapt at all. They were destined to be busy for the rest of their lives. Old Man Chang was the same. He worried about this and that. When he came to Luzhou in the past, he was on the verge of death. Later on, when he was busy and had to take care of himself, his body recovered. After what happened last night, Old Man Chang began to write a letter to Zhang Jieling. He warned the servants in the family not to think that they were great just because of the master. Look at the servants of Zhang family and Wang family. Any one of the servant girls could write delicate and beautiful words. They could accompany you in reciting poems and couplet. Even when they were working outside, they did not show the slightest disdain. They knew when to advance and when to retreat, and they knew how to behave. If one day they met their own servants and the servants behaved too much, it would be a slap to their own face. Old Man Pai was also very emotional. He used to think that he knew the Zhang family and Wang family very well. This time, he went one step further. The servants of the two families could recite poems and couplets, write calligraphy and draw. It was so convenient to use them. He did not know if he should be happy that the Zhang family had so many good servants or sad that they had such capable servants. Old Man Yao swallowed a steamed bun and wanted to eat more. Suddenly, he remembered the Zhang family doctor's words. He could not eat too much. No matter how good the food was, he could only eat until he was 70% full. He reluctantly took back his hand and said, "The fall of a leaf reveals the autumn of the world. The Zhang family and Wang family are unstoppable. If they win this economic war again, it will be difficult for the imperial court to arrange official positions for them next year." Official positions are not difficult. I can see something about the Zhang family. They don't care if there are high-ranking officials with real power. As long as others don't provoke them, they are not afraid. Occasionally, they will scheme against the important ministers in the imperial court and the emperor. It's not a big deal. I feel that they are just playing. They are playing according to the rules of the game. You see, when we came here, the emperor schemed against them once. They showed that they were angry, but they were not really angry. They did not seem to care about this kind of scheme, or it could be said that they looked down on this kind of scheme. They let Xiao Bao and Cuckoo ask for benefit. This is also the existence of rules. If you scheme against others and want to use others, you have to pay an extra price. If you give them the corresponding exchange conditions, they will continue to play with you. If you don't, they will not play. This is a kind of detached mentality. They look down on everyone in the world. At the same time, they are not arrogant. Their family is like this. Old Man Pai summed up his opinion of the Zhang family and Wang family through his own observation. They did not care about what they had to give or receive, but whether or not they followed the rules. If they were really schemed against, they were willing to lose more benefit. However, if it was not this kind of relative fairness, they would not be happy. It was like playing a game of Monopoly. Winning or losing did not matter. The main thing was that you could not cheat when playing with them. Old Man Yao thought about it and found that it was true. As you said, they are like immortals who came to the human world to play. This is the feeling, right? Old Man Yao said and felt lucky. Fortunately, they came to the Tang Empire. Otherwise, the Tang Empire would be in trouble if they went to other places. Chapter 647. The sudden news shocked the three old men. Why did they suddenly lower the price? Catch up with Governor Zhang's carriage. Old Man Pai could not figure out how the Tubo people operated. He could only chase after Zhang Zhong and ask him. Xiao Bao had not sent any news for many days, and he did not know if Zhang Zhong could handle it. Did they need to mobilize the experts of the Zhang family? After a while, the two carriages joined together. Zhang Zhong asked them to stop and open the curtains. He looked through the glass window. The three old men walked down one after another. Old Man Chang knocked on the door of Zhang Zhong's carriage. Yongqing, open the door. Uncle Zhang, Official Bai, Official Yao, please come in. Zhang Zhong did not know what was going on, so he opened the door and let them in. When the three old men entered, they started to sniff. There was a very faint fragrance in Zhang Zhong's carriage. It was not the fragrance of sandalwood, nor was it the fragrance of agarwood. It was the fragrance of flowers, but they did not know what flowers they were. When they looked at Zhang Zhong's carriage, they found that it was changed. It was not the original one. It was more spacious than the original one, and the layout inside was slightly different. Old Man Pai looked around and was not in a hurry to talk. He asked, Yongqing, your carriage? It was changed. The original carriage was taken away by my father. My father also has an official position. He needs a good carriage when he goes out. I wanted to make a new one for my father, but he did not agree. He took away my carriage and asked me to make a new one. All fathers in the world are like this. They give good things to their children. When Xiao Bao and Cuckoo come back, I will ask them to help me decorate the carriage. They have a lot of ideas and know what to do. An old man can be comfortable. Official Bai, are you smelling the ink? Here, the ink made by my family was just made not long ago. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo said that the fragrance of lotus flowers was good, so Hua Jing suggested it. The cuckoo is said to be pure and clear, to be seen from afar but not to be touched. It is the flower of a gentleman, so I added it to the ink. Between the lines of painting and calligraphy, the ink contains a fragrance, faint but not dissipating, not disappearing for a long time. It lingers around a gentleman. Why should I fear enchanting? I used it. Although I am not a gentleman, I have a pure and clear heart. Zhang Zhong explained the reaction of the carriage and the three old men. There is such a good thing? Yongqing, if you have good things in the future, you have to think about the poor old man first. The things in your family are not stained with gold or silver, nor are they inlaid with jade, but any one of them is not simple. I just ran out of ink. Last night, I was worried about where to find more ink. You have some, give me a few pieces. I will use them first. Old Man Pai's eyes lit up when he heard Zhang Zhong's words. Good things, really good things. He was really good at hiding. If he didn't come here today, he didn't know how long he would be kept in the dark. The things in the Zhang family were really good. They were grand but not extravagant. They really had the style of a big family. Zhang Zhong had long been used to being robbed. He nodded. I haven't done any packaging yet. When I go back, I will use good wood to make an ink box and send it to the three of you. No need. If you make the packaging beautiful, what if I am reluctant to use it? It will be fine if it is scattered. 10 pieces, not too many. UNG, how many pieces do you want? Old Man Pai couldn't wait. They were family, so there was no need for packaging. He asked for 10 pieces right away. He didn't know how long he was going to use it, so he turned to ask Yao Chong. Yao Chong also liked the ink used by Zhang Zhong. He nodded embarrassedly and whispered, "Same." Old Man Chong saw that Old Man Pai didn't mention him, so he hurriedly said, "Same for me." He wanted to send it to Zhang Jiuling. Others saw Zhang Jiuling as a master, but he saw him as his own son. Zhang Zhong's father knew how to think for his son, so he had to think for his son. Zhang Zhong couldn't say anything. Just give it to him. 30 pieces of ink, and it was gone. Fortunately, his family made a lot of ink. Otherwise, there wouldn't be enough to send. After talking about trivial matters, Old Man Yao began to talk about business. "Yongqing, your family has enough food to make wine this time. You don't need to spend too much money. It's cheap, so the price has been lowered. But in the future, it will be expensive to use chicken soup, so the price has been raised." Zhang Zhong suddenly understood why the 3 old men came. It turned out that it was because of this matter. He took out a piece of paper from the drawer in the car, spread it on the small table, and said to the 3 old men, "I just heard about it. Xiao Bao has already informed me in advance. There is a way to deal with it. Let's see." The 3 old men didn't expect that the news that just came today would be expected by Xiao Bao, who had disappeared for many days. They gathered together to look at it. It was indeed Xiao Bao's handwriting. Xiao Bao's handwriting was different from other people's handwriting. The middle part of the handwriting was straight and rigid, while the surrounding parts were erratic and unpredictable. It wasn't like Cuckoo's handwriting, which was guarded and didn't stop, but looked for the edges. It was soft and firm, and the tip of the pen hid the tip of the blade. It looked like it was written by a woman, but it was impossible to guess the woman's temperament. Not bad, or it could be considered a small achievement. But Xiao Bao's handwriting had been practiced for a long time, but it was still very confusing. If one looked carefully, one could see the knife light and sword shadows, and there were loopholes everywhere, which made people not dare to enter. After staring at it for a long time, they felt like they had entered a trap, which was very uncomfortable. That's right, the handwriting now was like that. Maybe it was a letter from home, but it didn't pay attention to the structure of the writing, so it was very simple. "Father, I reckon that they will use another method. That is, when purchasing food at a high price, they will suddenly lower the price and raise the price of other goods. I thought about it, and with that little trick of theirs, the biggest possibility is that they will raise the price of poultry and livestock to a very high price. It's not a big deal. If it's someone who knows a little about economics, they will think that the other party is trying to change the target of their attack. But what I think is that the other party doesn't have enough funds, so they will release a small amount of goods in anticipation of the next step of raising the price. We can first release the news that there is a large amount of food coming to Jiannan, but we can't really release the food that our family is transporting from other places. Our goal is to give others, other than the other party, the impression that the price reduction was due to our family behind the scenes. Let's not worry about the price increase of poultry and livestock for now. We must stabilize the price of salt and oil first. Especially the price of salt. Let them do whatever they want with meat. If the price of food is low and the price of meat is high, then it's fake. If they raise the price of food again after a short period of time, then our family will focus on the transportation of goods. Originally, I didn't want to take it out now, because that would make it seem like I'm using other means in this economic war. Although this is a very normal matter, I don't like it. It's just that the road is being repaired, so it won't be good if we don't take it out. As long as the price of food rises again, returning to the price before the price reduction or even higher, we will take out our 3-wheeled truck and directly attack the transportation industry. They will be fools. Just like in normal military warfare, they are playing with unconventional moves. If he wants to build a plank road, we will take drastic measures to deal with him. We will catch him off guard and attack him when he is unprepared. We must not accept the grain they release. It is easy for them to fall into a trap. Sun Xiao Bao. Chapter 648. Old Man Pai and the other 2 looked at Xiao Bao's straightforward and slightly long-winded words. If it wasn't for the fact that it was Zhang Xiaobao's handwriting, they would have thought that it was written by someone else. After all, this prediction was too accurate. Xiaobao and Cuckoo were in Tubo, and there hadn't been any news from them for a long time. This was all written beforehand. Is it true that the price reduction this time is only for a short period of time? Are the Tubo people really out of money? Old Man Chang was very confused about economic matters. After reading the letter, he wanted someone to confirm it. Old Man Pai and Old Man Yao also weren't sure if this was the case. They could only look at Zhang Zhong, wanting to see if Zhang Zhong would follow what Xiao Bao had written in the letter. In their opinion, this was a big matter. Zhang Zhong should go and ask the expert behind him. Zhang Zhong had already read the letter several times. It wasn't that he couldn't remember the contents of the letter, but that he wanted to see his son's handwriting. He had already memorized all the plans. Now that he heard the news of the grain price reduction, he immediately ordered people to spread the news. Thus, starting from Izhou, the grain price reduction was acknowledged by the Zhang family. The Zhang family had spent a large amount of money to transport grain from other places. Thus, the grain price had dropped. 3 days later, this news spread to other places in Jiannan Circuit as if it had grown wings. Some people actually sent fast riders to other places to spread the news. It was unknown whether it was because of some special purpose or because they were willing to be good people. Boss Chi was preparing to release grain for 2 more days to create a rush to buy grain. When the time came, he would raise the price and give people the impression that it wasn't a problem of the grain price, but that Jiannan Circuit really didn't have any grain. This would cause the people to temporarily stop their usual habit of buying grain bit by bit, and turn it into an explosive stockpile of grain. In the end, before he could completely release the news on his side, the news of the Zhang family releasing grain came from Izhou. When he first heard this news, Boss Chi was really shocked, thinking that the Zhang family was really releasing grain. But after thinking about it, he realized that something was wrong. Zhang Zhong had opened the Chongping warehouse in Izhou. There seemed to be a lot of grain, but when it was spread to the entire western region of Jiannan Circuit, it wouldn't be of much use. It could only be used for emergencies. The other prefectures also had Chongping warehouses, but unless it was a disaster, they did not dare to open the warehouses as Zhang Zhong did. Only when there was an emergency would they take the risk of sending memorials to the capital requesting to open the warehouses while opening a small amount of grain to release. Another possibility was that the Zhang family had transported grain from other places. This was even more impossible. The Zhang family's ships would inevitably pass through Izhou, and he had his own people there. If there really were a large ship transporting grain, someone would have already warned him. I understand. Zhang Zhong wants to use my hand to make a good reputation for himself. So that's how it is. I was wondering when the Zhang family would have grain. What a good idea. After thinking about it, Boss Chi finally understood the reason. He felt that Zhang Zhong was using his hand to gain benefit. After hearing the news, the other merchants gathered to discuss the matter with Boss Chi. When they heard Boss Chi's words, they revealed a look of realization. Boss Chi, should we stop releasing grain? Otherwise, all the good reputation will fall on Zhang Zhong's head. At this time, one of the merchants opened his mouth and asked. The other merchants were also waiting for new orders. They now thoroughly knew what kind of person Master Chi was. Each of them was filled with regret, but there was nothing they could do. They had bet their own family's wealth on this. If they didn't succeed, they would lose everything. Without money, they wouldn't be able to find servants at home. They wouldn't be able to raise their children, wives, and concubines. Most importantly, those who were very respectful to them in the past would look down on them. This kind of thing couldn't happen. Even if they were helping Tubo to deal with Great Tang, as long as they weren't caught, once they succeeded, they could bring their family to hide or give some money to settle the matter. Of course, this was what most of the merchants thought. There was a small group of people who were unwilling to deal with their own country. They wanted to stop now, but it was too late. Their families were already under the control of others. Even they were restricted and weren't allowed to leave too far away. Zhonggang was one of the small group of merchants. He wanted to spread the news as soon as possible so that the people of his country could be prepared. Even if he would lose a lot because of this, at least he wouldn't have to live in regret for the rest of his life. While the others gathered around to discuss how to deal with Zhang Zhong, he also said to a brother who had played with him since childhood, "Little Chong, help me think. How can we let the officials here know about this news? You usually have many ideas, even when we make money together, we listen to you." The person who was called Little Chong looked at the merchants in front of him, and then glanced around. He also replied in a small voice, "De gang, don't be anxious. Based on my feeling, there's no need for us now. Zhang Zhong has already made his move. It seems like he hasn't done much yet. He only opened Chongping warehouse, and wanted to buy grain and wine at a high price. But in my opinion, this is all fake. We've already found out about Zhang Zhong. What kind of person is he? He's a good person who brings good fortune to the people of Sanshui County. Back then, when he was just a very small official, he was able to let the people of Sanshui County live a good life. The few places he went in the future were even more so. His family does business, big business. Who doesn't know what kind of place between the clouds and the water is? Who doesn't know that the food of Savant's restaurant in the capital has always been trending? De gang, tell me, this kind of person, how could he not know how much harm deliberately raising the price of grain would cause to the people? How could he not know that someone was behind this? Not to mention the lives of the people, even if he was thinking about his own reputation, he would still want to deal with the people of Tubo. His family's child is still fighting in Tubo. Don't believe the news that came later, saying that Cuckoo has an expert guiding her. Really? Could it be that Zhang Zhong has already realized that something is wrong? His family's child is really the person leading the war? How is that possible? He's so small. Zhonggang had always listened to Xiao Chong since he was young. He was very impressed with Xiao Chong's intelligence, but today, he had doubts. After all, this matter was really too hard to understand. Xiao Chong smiled mysteriously and pointed at the merchants in front of him. He said to Zhonggang, "Since we were young, when have I ever lied to you? Others don't know, but I do. Seeing that the war is about to end, Cuckoo is afraid that her reputation will be too great, so she released the news. If you had a good treasure after using it, would you still take it out and continue to show it off? The news that the imperial court gave the Zhang family and Wang family titles to be officials can't be fake, right? Do you think that the imperial court has so many officials that there's no place for them to be given, just for the Zhang family and Wang family to play with? If Cuckoo didn't perform meritorious deeds, would the imperial court give so many officials at once? Think about it, the men of the two families are all officials, and the women are all noble ladies. If the two families are linked together, how big of a force would that be?" Xiao Chong spoke very confidently. Normally, he liked to think about all kinds of things and connect all the dots together. That was why he and Zhonggang were able to start from scratch and amass a considerable amount of wealth before the age of 30. He was able to connect the dots that normal people didn't want to think too much about. The more Zhonggang listened, the more he felt that this was the case. After hearing Xiao Chong's words, he finally relaxed. However, just as he was feeling more comfortable, he heard the merchants in front of him laughing meaningfully. His heart was in his throat again. He asked Xiao Chong, "I still don't feel confident. The Tubo people have already collected a lot of grain and even sent a lot of powerful people to hold down the fort. On the surface, I know that the Qi guy is taking the lead. Things have already come to this point, but Zhang Zhong still hasn't made any big moves. Will it be too late?" Xiao Chong looked at Zhonggang's anxious eyes and sighed helplessly. He then comforted him, "Don't think too much. How do you know Zhang Zhong hasn't made any big moves? Haven't you played the game of Monopoly? I have. You always let me play, but I'm too stupid and can only play at the simplest level. Unlike you, you've already taken the top-level exam twice. Although you haven't passed yet, you'll pass soon. You probably just need to take the exam again. What does this have to do with games? When Zhong Gang heard Xiao Chong mention the game of Monopoly, he thought of his own stupidity and Xiao Chong's cleverness. It wasn't that he didn't want to play a higher-level game, but that he couldn't pass the exam. In the end, it was no longer a game. The rules changed again and again. The most amazing thing wasn't the players, but the people who made the rules. It was said that there were still many rules that hadn't been released yet. However, the current situation didn't seem to have anything to do with the game of Monopoly. To have a brother like you, I'm lucky. I don't have to worry about being stabbed in the back. Someone like me can't even get into the top-level exam. Do you know what the top-level exam is? It's not a game. There are a lot of things involved in it. Let me put it this way, anyone who can enter the top-level game is no ordinary person in real life. The top 10 of the top-level game have another kind of battle called the economic battle. It's only open to people from Great Tang, and outsiders aren't allowed to participate. That kind of game contains a lot of things, and it's very complicated. Who came up with the Monopoly game? It's the Zhang family. The rules are all set by them, and they can change at any time. The number 1 is Young Master Song from Between the Clouds and the Water in Sanshui County. Young Master Song is a member of the Zhang family. A few days ago, I heard that someone ranked number 10 appeared here. Can you guess who it is? Xiao Chong explained and then asked another question. Who is it? Number 10, isn't it someone with the surname Bai? It's said that he's very powerful. No one has ever seen his real face, and even if they did, they would keep it a secret. Do you know who he is? Zhong Gang asked curiously. There were people who knew who the other people were, but the person ranked number 10 was very mysterious and impossible to guess. I know, I found out by chance. It's in Yingzhou. A few days ago, a lot of merchants went there to invest, and since they had nothing to do, they started playing. In the end, they met someone, a girl who wasn't even 15 years old. One of the merchants had entered the top-level game rankings, ranked in the top 100 of Great Tang. In the end, all 4 of them played together. At the beginning, he wanted to defeat the other 3, but as he played, he realized that something was wrong. That girl was really too powerful. In the end, he had no choice but to team up with 2 other people who were also very powerful, about the same level as me, to deal with that girl. This game lasted for a full 3 days, and all 3 families lost. At the beginning, they didn't bring their own items. They had the same capital and the same map, but in the end, they were killed by that girl until they could only parry and didn't have the strength to fight back. That girl is Bai Shu's granddaughter, Bai Xinshin. Xiao Chong revealed a very important piece of information. After saying this, he looked at Zhong Gang with shining eyes. Zhong Gang looked at Xiao Chong in confusion and asked, "Then what does this have to do with the person ranked number 10? Are you trying to anger me to death?" Xiao Chong pointed at Zhong Gang, speechless. Zhong Gang finally reacted. His eyes widened and he said in shock, "Xiao Chong, you're saying that Bai Xinshin is that person ranked number 10? The person ranked number 10 is actually a girl? As a girl and also Sir Bai's granddaughter, no wonder she's so mysterious. She's really not inferior to a man." "Yes, you're right. If she wasn't so powerful, how could she defeat a team of 2 people who had also entered the top-level game? The people on the top-level game rankings really live up to their reputation. In that case, with her in charge, everything will be arranged well? She's not the one pulling the strings behind the scenes. After she beat the 3 of them, she said something. She said that she was nothing, and that even the number 1 Young Master Song was nothing. They were still playing, and that the truly powerful person wasn't even on the leaderboard. That person, even if the top 10 people combined, with the entire world as a whole, they still wouldn't have the courage to face him. He's already mastered the art of economy to perfection, Xiao Chong said with a face full of yearning. He really hoped that one day he could enter a top-level game and meet the heroes of the world. It would be best if he could first play a game with Bai Xinxin and see what kind of ability the person ranked number 10 had. Zhong Gang didn't think too much about it. He couldn't enter the game anyway, so he wouldn't have a chance to play with that person. Once the person reached a certain level, he would no longer be an opponent, but an existence to look up to. After hearing Xiao Chong's words, he thought for a moment and said, Xiao Chong, are you saying that the more powerful person is in the Zhang family, and this time he will make a move? Who is he? How would I know? What I want to say is that you don't have to worry. Tuba won't be able to cause much trouble this time. Just follow them and watch. Maybe you can learn something from this commercial war. Alright, everyone is leaving, so let's go too. For now, let's listen to Boss Qi. Xiao Chong finally comforted Zhong Gang. Seeing that the people in front of him were almost done with their discussion, he walked over and took the mission he was going to accept. After reading the content on the paper, Wei Wei smiled and left with Zhong Gang, who had also accepted the mission. Seeing the merchants leave, Boss Qi sat on the futon and felt that something was wrong. He muttered to himself, could it be that some of the merchants are unstable? That doesn't seem to be the case. I knew that there would be people who wanted to quit, but they couldn't. There was no chance. They and their families were all being watched, so it was impossible for them to report anything. Maybe the Zhang family really sent food over? That can't be right. If they really sent food over, they would have taken it out and released it in large quantities. They don't have enough money to continue buying. Men, write a letter to the higher-ups and ask them what they should do next. Boss Qi, who couldn't figure it out, didn't want to waste any more time. He left the matter to the higher-ups and began writing the letter. 3 days later, most of the western provinces of Jiannan province saw the price of food rise again, even higher than before. The news that spread was that there was no more food, and no one knew where the food had been shipped to. The commoners who were eating Chong Ping Tsang's food, as expected by Boss Qi and the people behind him, began to buy irrationally, changing their previous habit of eating little by little and buying little by little. Only the price of salt and oil didn't fluctuate too much. They were still firmly controlled at their original bases. When the price was high, it wouldn't be much higher, and when the price was low, it wouldn't be much lower. This made Boss Qi and the people behind him feel helpless. They wanted to pry the price of these two goods, especially the price of salt, but they were firmly suppressed. They tried a few times, but every time, there seemed to be someone giving them a strong counterattack. The warning was very obvious, and there wasn't the slightest bit of concession. They threw in 10,000 strings, but it was like a drop of water thrown into the ocean, not causing the slightest ripple. It was precisely because of this that the people behind Boss Qi faintly felt that something was wrong. He had seen the methods of the other party during the salt price fight. Steady, accurate, and ruthless, and he couldn't find any loopholes. He really couldn't figure out who was behind this. After all, he was someone who had been lying in ambush in Great Tang. He had an identity that others didn't know about. He was also a tycoon who had transcended the game, and he was ranked 11th. He didn't enter the top 10, but he reckoned that this was the case. Otherwise, he would have a chance to enter the top 10. He felt that even if he were to fight with that person surnamed Song, he would have a 60% chance of winning. But when faced with the salt and oil price fight, he suddenly felt as though he was facing a mountain and an ocean. Who was it? Who was it? Who was the mastermind behind the scenes to fix the price of the two goods so firmly? Thus, he became anxious. He wanted to end this economic war with Jiannan Circuit as soon as possible so that he could reinforce his country. He couldn't delay any longer. If that person were to make a move on the grain price and livestock, he didn't have the confidence to win. The price of grain in Jianan Circuit quickly rose, and it continued to rise. The commoners rushed to buy it, and among those who had grain, a small portion of them still kept it for Zhang Zhong. Zhang Xiaobao was prepared to give them more benefits after this matter was settled, and half of them sold their grain to the merchants led by Boss Qi. As for the remaining portion, they took out their grain and sold it themselves. The entire western region of Jianan Circuit was in a precarious situation, and there were already officials who had written memorials and sent them to the capital, asking if the capital would allow Chang Pingsong to be used. The leading official in the capital, Li Longji, wasn't anxious at all. According to Zhang Juling's words, with the Zhang family overseeing the situation, if they still needed to use Chang Pingsong, then they would be underestimating the great Tang too much. Let the Tubo people play, and this was a good opportunity to let them experience what an economic war was. As a result, many letters were sent back from the capital to the Jianan Circuit, telling the officials not to worry about it. During the purchase and sale of large quantities of grain, they would collect the necessary taxes and provide the necessary tools. However, a portion of the taxes collected would be handed over to Zhang Zhong when the time came. When the officials saw the situation in the court, they weren't anxious anymore. Although they still had to pay Zhang Zhong a portion of the taxes collected, it wasn't a big deal. After all, the price of grain was high and so was the tax. It wouldn't be a loss to give the higher portion to Zhang Zhong. Amidst the high price of grain, the Zhang family made a move and began to sell tricycles. The cost of making a tricycle wasn't low, and many local craftsmen were hired to work on it. The price of a single tricycle was enough to buy 2 horses. The Zhang family directly sent these tricycles to the temporarily established car shops in various places and rented them to people who needed to use them. They were free of charge for maintenance as long as each person paid 10 copper coins a day. If the business wasn't good, they were allowed to delay the payment for a few days. The tricycles were all handmade and they used bearings and chains. Although it was difficult to travel on other roads, it would be easier to travel on new roads in the future. 10 copper coins a day might seem like a lot, but the tricycles didn't need to be fed fodder. Currently, grass was scarce, and it wasn't a good time to feed animals. Not to mention, if any animal became thin, they would have to feed it with beans or even eggs. More importantly, the 10 copper coins a day wasn't paid for nothing. After paying a certain amount, which was the cost of building the tricycle would belong to the individual and they wouldn't need to pay for it in the future. The common people didn't know about the internal war and thought it was very normal. They all knew that wherever Zhang Zhong was an official, he would create new things for the common people to use. They were all very useful things. Moreover, the Zhang family didn't gain much from this. The Zhang family was a good official and a good family. Therefore, many people who originally wanted to spend a lot of money to buy animals didn't buy this time. They went to the car shop to get a tricycle, wrote a receipt, and took it out to work. The seemingly insignificant tricycles made the person behind the Qi family dumbfounded. He had just raised the price of the animals and was preparing to sell them bit by bit to make more money. He didn't expect that after he controlled the price of grain, he couldn't sell the animals he bought. It was impossible to sell the animals he bought at a high price at a higher price. Not to mention a higher price, no one was willing to buy the animals at the normal price. All the animals were in his hands, and there was no money to turn over. Although the price of grain was high, he couldn't sell a large amount of grain now. He had just received an order. Because Zhang Zhong had robbed a lot of grain, he had to transport a portion of the grain back to Tufan to make up for the losses. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to survive this year's winter. Boss Qi received a new order. He was to release a portion of the grain appropriately so that he could withdraw some money. The livestock that he had taken in required fodder to feed. He was also to help think of a way to see if he could sell the livestock. The Qi family gathered all the merchants and asked them to sell the grain appropriately at a high price. In the end, just as the merchants made a move, the Zhang family also made a move. Originally, there was only information about the grain that was shipped from other places, but there was no grain. This time there was something. The grain that was collected from other places had been parked outside Yizhou by ship. They didn't enter Yizhou at all. Now they could enter. Actually, this batch of grain wasn't a lot, but it was used at the right time. Zhang Zhong released the news that the price of grain was still the same as before. If anyone wanted to buy, they could sell as much as they could. After this batch came, there would be a few more batches coming back. The Zhang family had a lot of ship. Actually, there was only one batch. When the news was released, the commoners didn't know about it. The commoners who rushed to buy the grain a few days ago regretted it and were unwilling to buy more. The Qi family and the other merchants realized that they couldn't sell the grain. They could sell it, but they had to lower the price again and again. If this blow made them feel that something was wrong, then after Zhang Zhong took some money and bought all the grain from the commoners who were willing to leave the grain for him and sold it at a lower price, the Qi family and the others couldn't buy any more. They kept the grain that was at a high price and couldn't sell it, so they had to lower the price. However much the price was lowered, they had to pay for it. After a few rounds, it was already the beginning of winter. The merchants who cooperated with the Qi family were dumbfounded. They had a lot of grain stored in their houses and took out all their property. The Qi family couldn't give them the benefits that they were supposed to like what they said at the beginning. Zhong Gang's grain was also suppressed, but he wasn't afraid at all. In fact, he was very willing. After all, he was from Great Tang. When he saw that the Tubo people didn't get any benefits, he was very happy. When he pulled Little Worm to drink, he said to Little Worm, "Little Worm, you're so smart. It's really like what you said." The Zhang family made a move. Originally, we couldn't see anything when they didn't make a move. Now that they've made a move, they immediately made the Tubo people suffer a big loss. I heard that they have a lot of livestock that they can't sell. What do you think they'll do next? Zhong Gang felt that he had never been in such a good mood before. He drank a few bowls of wine and in a daze, his body relaxed. Little Worm also drank a big bowl of wine. He burped and said, "What am I? I just saw that Zhang Zhong would make a move, but I definitely didn't expect that they would make a move like this." When they didn't make a move, they couldn't see clearly, but when they made a move, they beat the Tubo people until they couldn't turn the situation around. However, this isn't Zhang Zhong's last resort. There's one thing that's very important when doing business, and that is that they won't make a huge loss. This time, the grain that his family sold might not even be able to cover the cost of the transportation. They also bought the grain from the commoners' houses. This is using their own losses to suppress the price of the grain. In the future, they'll probably earn back the money they lost. At the very least, it'll be equal. I'm really looking forward to what other methods Zhang Zhong has. Little Worm saw through the essence of the matter. To be precise, he saw through the Zhang family's style of doing things. However, he could only guess and couldn't figure out how it would work. The Zhang family's tricycle had shocked him. He thought that there must be something even more shocking to come. Zhong Gang now trusted Little Worm more and more. However, when he thought about how he had also bet on the grain and the cooperation with the Tubo people, he asked worriedly, "Then what about our grain? According to the current price, as long as we sell it, we'll be making a loss. Also, will the imperial court hold us responsible after this matter is over?" "Don't worry. A few days ago, while the Tubo people were flustered, I already wrote a letter to Zhang Zhong. The loss of the grain is inevitable, but the responsibility won't be much. After all, back then, we didn't know that the people we were cooperating with were the Tubo people. Merchants pursue profit, and if we don't pursue it well, we can only bear the loss ourselves." Little Worm wasn't worried about being caught and beheaded. He just felt that the loss this time was too great. After selling the grain in his hands, it would take at least several years for him to earn it back. This kind of loss couldn't be said to be small. If he hadn't lost it, he could have used the original money to make a bigger deal. However, he didn't have the opportunity now. If he delayed for several years, he might miss out on many opportunities to make a fortune. Not long after, Zhang Zhong took out a new method and began to purchase large quantities of livestock. He set the price to be very low. At the same time, he also began to buy grain at an even lower price, which was actually much lower than the current price of the grain. At the same time, he marked out a piece of land on a mountain in Wing Prefecture to be used to grow special medicinal herbs. The merchants seeking cooperation in Jiannan province would invest in this land together. The price of this land wasn't low. Zhang Zhong didn't use administrative means to obtain it himself, but rather wanted to buy it together with other merchants. Although it was said that many new medicines might be developed in the future, in reality, they hadn't been developed yet. They were just using this as a means of publicity. Of course, they would study it in the future. The medicinal herbs here were indeed good, but the risks would also be borne by the merchants. Zhang Zhong came out with a special plan, which was how to research the medicine and how to grow it. The initial income would be from selling ordinary medicinal herbs. Later on, when the research was developed, there would be more money to be earned. It would be a lie if the merchants said that they weren't tempted. The merchants who were cooperating with Zhang Zhong took out a portion of their money for him to use. The merchants who weren't cooperating with him were also anxious, especially the merchants who were buying grain. They really wanted to make up for their losses by cooperating with Zhang Zhong. After all, the business of the Zhang family didn't seem to be losing money. It would be very good to follow the Zhang family, but they didn't have money, so they could only buy grain at a high price. Each and every one of them was pondering whether they should sell the grain at the price Zhang Zhong offered and use it to invest. Even if they only sold a portion, they would lose a portion. While they were still hesitating, Zhang Zhong once again released news that he would build beautiful houses on the newly built road and sell them to others at a very low price. He would also set up a jewelry store, and soon, a large number of pearls would be shipped from the seaside. When other people buy jewelry, the price wouldn't be as high as it was now. The person behind the Qi family became even more anxious. He had food and livestock in his hands. The method he used to come here was to mortgage property and jewelry in batches. Then, he used the money from the mortgage to buy a house. Then, he used the money from the mortgage to get a lot of money from the bank. Every time, they would send a different person. They would also try their best not to find the same bank. The jewels in the past were no longer valuable, and the original bank was no longer willing to lend money. The bank had suffered a huge loss and needed to collect funds. Zhang Zhong wanted to build better houses, so he used the money from the mortgage to buy the houses at a low price. He couldn't expect to continue to get money from the bank. He could choose not to sell the grain, but the livestock needed to eat. The amount of money they ate every day was a shocking amount. He originally planned to sell the grain bit by bit, earn a portion and raise another portion. But now it was all over. At this time, if the Tubo people who were in charge of economic warfare still wanted to use the food and livestock in their hands to cause a huge impact to the local economy, then with Zhang Zhong's hand, this person would be completely dumbfounded. Zhang Zhong proposed a method of artificial inoculation for the livestock and provided the corresponding personnel. They were the veterinarians in the hospital who studied the animals. Most people now let the livestock breed by themselves, and the efficiency was very low. But the Zhang family, especially Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, knew how they made animals pregnant. The simplest method was the giant panda. If the giant panda bred by itself, then it was over. At the same time, there were many aphrodisiacs. To the people here, it was a very normal thing. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan felt that aphrodisiacs were drugs with a certain amount of hormones or could promote the secretion of hormones in animals. If they were given to the female and the male was directly injected into the female's body, the success rate of breeding would be very high. The doctors brought by the Zhang family had already come up with their own theory through dissection and experiment. Although it was not perfect, it was enough to let many livestock give birth to more cubs. The Zhang family's tricycles only affected the transportation industry. If they waited a little longer, or if the Tubo people were willing to use their own grain to feed the livestock and survive this year's winter, the price of livestock would continue to rise in the spring plowing next year. Then, they would still have the strength to fight. Of course, the prerequisite was that the Tubo people were not arrested. This kind of thing was very common. If they couldn't beat you economically, then they would use administrative means to solve it. However, Zhang Xiaobao didn't want to do that. He wanted to crush all of the Tubo people's hope. He wanted to clearly tell the Tubo people that they couldn't fight with swords and guns. They also couldn't play economic warfare. I don't want to use other means to deal with you. I will let you choose all the areas you want. I will accept all of them. I will beat you until you lose all confidence. Zhang Xiaobao did it. Once the breeding technology was introduced, the livestock would lose its original demand. The people also didn't have to worry. During the spring plowing next year, they would use manpower to plow the land. After a year, there would be a lot of cheaper livestock to use. After all, Zhang Zhong had promised that he would transfer more livestock from other places. At most, they would work hard for a whole spring. They wouldn't have to spend a few times more money to buy livestock. If they really wanted to buy livestock, one was whether they could afford it. Another was that they would rather spend more money and not farm. That way, they wouldn't lose so much money. Zhang Zhong took drastic measures to deal with the Tubo people. He used both real and fake methods to force the Tubo people to the point that they couldn't do anything. Master Qi had already been transferred over. Master Chen, who was in charge of purchasing horses, also went over to discuss a solution. The person in charge had been beaten until he lost all confidence. He finally knew who his opponent was. It was the people from the Zhang family. Moreover, it was the same person who competed with him for the salt price and oil price. In order to ensure that he wouldn't be exposed, the person behind the scenes wore a mask. His voice was hoarse. It was unknown whether he had taken medicine or was pretending. A few people who followed the operation were gathered together. The masked person finally spoke. "You can call me number 1 or mask. As for who I am, there is no need for you to know. Now let's talk. What should we do?" Master Qi looked at this person who he thought was very powerful but lost. He said, "Our opponent is Zhang Zhong. Should we send people to kill Zhang Zhong directly? It would be good if we could get the explosives that they used to blow up the mountain. As long as we get close to it, we can ignite it and blow up everyone around us." Number 1 turned and looked at Master Qi. "Don't say such things in the future. I don't want to hear it. Do you think Zhang Zhong is so easy to assassinate? How many people do he have to protect him? Don't even mention the explosives. They purposely let us send people to steal them so that we can expose more people." Master Qi lowered his head. Number 1 was right. His idea couldn't be realized. However, he was a little unwilling to accept it. Perhaps he saw through his thoughts. A person who cooperated with old Master Chen said to him, "Even if we can kill Zhang Zhong, we can't do it. Cuckoo will go crazy. She will gather all the money in her family and desperately prepare an army. When the time comes to attack Tubo, no matter how many people we lose, we won't be able to stop her. Now she is only following orders. She won't sell her family's business for the final attack. Just wait for her to come back. I think the Tang dynasty is preparing to hide her. Don't use her for now. Tubo can use this opportunity to develop. When we have more powerful people, we won't have to be afraid of her anymore." Yes. When Master Qi heard someone mention Cuckoo, he felt hatred and helplessness. The current situation didn't allow Tubo to really force Zhang Zhong and Wang family to gamble with their family's business and launch a crazy attack. If she really did it, then even if Tubo won in the end, they would lose the opportunity to develop. They wouldn't be able to catch up with the Tang dynasty. When the Tang dynasty sent troops over, they wouldn't have any chance of winning. Old Master Chen was the most worried. He was in charge of the animals that he bought. He had to find someone to look after them and think of a way to get food to feed them. He had to spend money and worry about it. Especially under such circumstances, he had lost weight. He looked at number 1 and said, "What I want to know is, who is our opponent? Is it the top 10 people in the so-called Monopoly game?" He couldn't help but admit that Monopoly was a game, because all the powerful people on the list were equally powerful in real life. When one reached the top, it wasn't a game anymore. It was like a school for economic advancement. According to the popular words of the Tang dynasty, it was to systematize and rationalize the economic path. Old Master Chen felt that only such a person could defeat number 1. He didn't know that number 1 was also on the list and was close to the top 10. He was hiding his strength. Number 1 looked at Old Master Chen. He knew that this Old Master Chen didn't believe in his ability. He sneered and said, "I can tell you clearly that my opponent is definitely not someone on the list. So what if he is in the top 10? Even if he, Song Jinggong, the number 1 person on the list, came here and was my opponent, he wouldn't be able to do this." Chapter 649. When number 1 mentioned this matter, he couldn't help but tremble. When he was sent to the Tang dynasty, he was very smart and very talented in this thing called economics. After he hid in the Tang dynasty, he did a lot of business and earned a lot of money. Now that he had taken it all out, he was probably going to lose it all. When the Monopoly game was first released, he thought that it was a game for children and didn't take it seriously at all. However, later on, the rules changed and there were various levels. Only then did he come into contact with it with the intention of playing. When he started playing, he realized that things weren't as simple as he thought. That's right, the lowest level of the Monopoly game was really meant for children to play. However, the higher the level, the more different it became. It had already transcended the existence of the game. When it reached the top level, it would be completely different. It had nothing to do with the game at all. All the operations were based on reality. There were all kinds of rules inside. If one wanted to play well at that level, they had to be very powerful in reality. Even so, he wasn't worried. Ever since he entered the rankings, he realized that he had the ability to fight with the people in front of him. He wasn't afraid of anyone, even the person surnamed Song, who was ranked first. Therefore, he once again underestimated this game, especially the person who made the rules. The rules were not comprehensive at once, but gradually improved as the game progressed. In his heart, if he couldn't make all the rules at once, then it wasn't a skill. If he had enough time, he would be better than this person. However, in this economic war, he finally understood that his opponent must be the person who made the rules of the game. This was because he saw a lot of things from it. He understood why the rules kept changing and gradually improving. It wasn't that that person didn't want to fix the rules the first time, but as new things came out, the original rules couldn't be used anymore. Rules were perfected with each new thing. That person must have thought of this back then, so leaving a loophole in the rules was not for others to take advantage of. Of course, it was your ability to take advantage of it. The most fundamental reason was to encourage people to discover more new things. This was a kind of broad-mindedness, leaving hope to others, and then telling everyone involved that they were the ones who made the rules. If they wanted to join, they had to understand more of the current affairs, or else they could only play along with others. This kind of system was set up to nurture more outstanding talent. That person seemed to really want someone to surpass him one day and surpass him. He sacrificed his own interests to pave the way for others. Therefore, this person did not enter the list because he was afraid that others would lose again and again when facing him and lose the confidence to advance. This person would always hide behind the scenes. Only when the rules were being perfected would he quietly come out and take a look around before continuing to retreat. He was someone who truly cared about the country. His breadth of mind was already shocking, but what surprised him even more was his methods. This time, he had lost without resentment. When he manipulated the salt price and oil price, he had already been warned. He was the one who refused to accept it. When he was worried, he still wanted to compete. If he had retreated at that time, he might have been able to make some money, but he wasn't confident. The result was the current situation. The other party had made a move. When he didn't make a move, he was as quiet as a virgin. Once he made a move, he was like a goshawk catching a rabbit. It was a pity that he didn't have the ability to do that. A master. With such a master in the Tang dynasty, there was no need to rely on economic means to attack in the future. It was useless. He was not at the same level as that person. It was like an adult playing with a child. No wonder he didn't enter the list. If he was on the list, how could others live? Thinking about it, Number 1 forgot about the matter in front of him. He sat there, looking at the door in a daze. The others didn't know how big of a blow Number 1 had suffered. They thought that Number 1 was thinking of a way to defeat the other party, so they didn't dare to disturb him and just waited quietly. It wasn't until the sound of an unknown bird came from outside that Number 1 broke free from the state of fear and found that his clothes were wet at this moment. Mask, have you thought of a good idea? Old Master Chun saw Number 1 turn around and asked. The solution is to immediately sell all the food and livestock at a low price to Zhang Zhong. We will take the rest of the money and run away. I will personally ask for punishment from my country. This time, it's not your fault. It's all because the opponent is too strong. Number 1 sighed and said to the others. Everyone was stunned. Run? If we sell it at a low price, we will lose a lot. We will lose at least half of our original capital. This is the loss after we used a special method to transfer more of the risk to the local bank. Otherwise, if it was all our money, we would really lose everything. Can't we think of another way? After all, the food and horses are in our hands. We don't have enough food here, and the same goes for the livestock. A lot of the news that Zhang Zhong released is false. If we persist, maybe he will be afraid. Qi Dongjia looked at Number 1 in disbelief. Could it be that Number 1 really admitted defeat? If that was the case, they would really have to sell the livestock and grain locally. Otherwise, if they were to transport the grain back, it would be troublesome. They would be easily attacked by the Tang army. After all, they were too big of a target. Number 1 also didn't want to retreat like this. He would think of a way to transport a portion of the grain back. The rest couldn't be left behind. Otherwise, it wouldn't be enough for the transport. If they used the livestock to transport the grain, by the time they returned, the livestock would have eaten up all the grain. Their original plan was to raise the price of all the grain and then use the livestock and grain from Tubo to supply the grain. Now, they only earned a portion of the money from the livestock. A portion of the livestock was sold from Tubo at a high price and then collected. It was just that they didn't give out all the money. If they were to take them away, it was impossible to not let others know. They would chase after them to ask for money, unless... No, this person couldn't be exposed. He was still useful. Reporting, Number 1, it's not good. The Zhang family has made a new move. They released some kind of technology. It is said that it can be used to avoid plowing and increase the grain output. They want to test it in several places in Jiannan Road. They have already found someone to sign a contract. If there is a loss, the Zhang family will compensate. Just as everyone was thinking, a person ran in from outside and anxiously reported to Number 1. What? Avoid plowing? How can there be such a thing? Not good, quickly retreat, otherwise it will be too late. If we do that, we will implicate the other spies in Great Tang and get the money out of them first. When Number 1 heard this news, he knew that it was bad. Without saying anything, he immediately sent someone to find Zhang Zhong to discuss the matter of selling the grain and livestock. At this time, Tunghua County was in an uproar. The 4 horse merchants were surrounded by other people, and the Yen clan's people were ordered to chase after the money. Otherwise, they would not be let off. Back then, he had willingly taken out the money to buy horses and livestock elsewhere. However, after 2 transactions, it was the old man of the Yen family who proposed to give the goods first and collect the money later. He had even guaranteed it. Now that other people didn't need the livestock anymore, who knew what would happen in the future if he didn't want the money? Thus, the 4 horse merchants were surrounded by people, and Old Man Yen was ordered to lead them and ask for the money. Old Man Yen was also anxious. He did not expect that the matter over there would go awry. The situation that he had originally planned did not occur, and he was caught unprepared. Now, even if he wanted to get the livestock back, it would not do. After all, when they bought them, they were already much more expensive. If they brought them back now, they would not be able to sell them at the original price. At this time, Dong Jiachen came. Number 1 instructed him that no matter what, he could not let the Yen clan be burdened with all the money. This matter had to be resolved first. Even if they had to compensate, they had to ensure the Yen clan's reputation in this area. When old Master Chen came, everyone surrounded him and asked him to take out the money. Fortunately, old Master Chen knew what to do, so he was not flustered at all. He first took out a sum of money and calmed everyone down. He said that he would stay in the area and only leave when all the money was brought back. Moreover, he would stay in the Yen clan and not go anywhere. Only then did everyone feel at ease. If they could not take out the money when the time came, they would tear down the Yen clan. Zhang Zhong sent people to contact them. At the beginning, the price of the first batch was already very low. However, after receiving 2 batches, the price dropped again and again. Moreover, they would first take the grain and then the livestock. This way, the cost of the livestock's food would be transferred to the Tubo people. The longer this dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for the Tubo people. In the end, when they took half of the grain that others had hoarded, Zhang Zhong told everyone that he had no more money and needed to first owe them. The Tubo people naturally did not want to do so. Zhang Zhong could owe them, but they could not. Zhang Zhong asked people to discuss with them for a few days. After not being able to pay them on credit, he lowered the price by a lot. Other than the grain that the Tubo people were preparing to transport back, the rest of the grain was taken by Zhang Zhong. Right at this moment, the secret agent who was at the front lines in Tubo sent someone back to deliver a message. A month ago, after Koku led the light cavalry and disappeared into the vast desert, they attacked the Tubo people in Shuazhou. They attacked countless villages in the periphery of Shuazhou and burned a large amount of autumn grain. 20 days ago, Koku went around the enemy's regular army and entered the vicinity of Daowu City. She wiped out 2 large groups of 3,000 people that the Tubo people did not have time to arrange. She almost attacked the city by tricking the enemy into opening the city gate. After she was discovered, she killed 1,000 soldiers and disappeared again. She also burned a large portion of the Tubo people's autumn grain. 15 days ago, Koku led the light cavalry and headed north. After that, she hid in the mountains and avoided a group of Tubo people. She used the Tubo people's clothes and voices to trick the enemy into opening the gates of Gada City. She entered from the east of the city and came out from the west. She robbed Gada City and burned it. Then, she attacked Danba again and avoided the Tubo people's encirclement. When she arrived at the periphery of Danba City, she lured the Danba guards out of the city and formed a formation to stop her. Then, she returned and massacred a group of 2,000 people from a small tribe that the Tubo people had sent as reinforcements. She went around Danba City and crossed the river between Danba City and Jinchuan City. 6 days ago, half of the army that crossed the river was led by Zhang Xiaobao and led the Tubo people to escape to the village. Koku led the people who were hiding and did not cross the river and went up the coast. She burned the provisions of the Tubo soldiers that came out of Jinchuan City. She also killed 1,000 Tubo people who were escorting the provisions and were unprepared to cross the river. Then, she successfully used the Tubo boats to cross the river and ambushed the Tubo army that was chasing after Xiao Bao. After the ambush was successful, she and Xiao Bao went to the mountain where the Tubo people had ambushed them. Then, they ambushed Lufu Tuta's tribe and Mumu Hushu's tribe. The 4,000 cavalrymen that came back as reinforcements were defeated. Then, they chased after them and attacked the two tribes. 2 days ago, Cuckoo brought people to the village and lured the Tubo cavalrymen that were sent to attack them. She burned the cavalrymen and killed all 5,000 of the Tubo cavalrymen. Then, she brought the remaining 6,000 light cavalrymen and the 10,000 elite soldiers that were deployed earlier to attack Mumu Hushu's tribe head-on and disappeared into the Tubo territory. When this news came out, Pengzhou, which was the first to know about it, was in an uproar. Especially the officials. They never thought that Cuckoo would be so daring as to go deep into the Tubo territory. She fought and ran at the same time, fooling the Tubo people. In the end, she ran back and killed 5,000 Tubo cavalrymen and defeated Mumu Hushu's tribe head-on. The most important thing was not how many people were killed, but how much food was burned. Tubo was finished. This year's winter was completely over. There was definitely not enough food for them to eat. They could not rob the border like before. The only way was to rob the other country's food. It was estimated that they would lose a lot of soldiers. The officials knew the general situation. The commander there was Cuckoo. The Tubo people also said that it was Cuckoo. They would not admit that there was someone more powerful. The first thought that appeared in the minds of the officials here was that they must send the taxes collected this year to Zhang Zhong in time. They must be more proactive and not wait for Zhang Zhong to send people to urge them. It would be easy for Zhang Zhong to misunderstand that they did not want to give the taxes to him. Then, what would happen to his daughter-in-law when she returned? Also, the officials were worried about Cuckoo. The Tubo people were killed until their eyes were red. There were so many of them, but they could not catch a little girl. The little girl came and went as she pleased. They sent out many soldiers to block the entrance. No matter what, they could not let Cuckoo escape. The officials were all afraid that Cuckoo would be blocked. At this time, Cuckoo was suddenly very contradictory in their hearts. She was not a demon, but a little girl who was going to be bullied by many adults. A very cute little girl. Zhang Zhong was also worried. He did not expect that his daughter-in-law could be so good. After disappearing for such a long time, she shocked everyone when she reappeared. He was really afraid that his son and daughter-in-law would be blocked. After all, the Tubo people had crazily arranged layers of heavy soldiers in Pengzhou. There were also many cavalries, the kind where each person rode 2 horses. They were determined to chase Cuckoo. After Old Man Pai and the other 2 received the news, they looked at each other and did not say a word. After a full hour, Old Man Pai was the first to speak. This time, Cuckoo can be considered to have made a great contribution to our dynasty. I reckon that the Tubo people will not be able to recover in a few years. It is not only the provisions that were burned, but also the morale of the soldiers. As long as Cuckoo successfully escapes, the Tubo people will not dare to act rashly in the future. Even if other people use Cuckoo's flag, they will be able to scare off a small group of Tubo troops. That's right. No wonder Xiao Bao and Cuckoo wrote a letter back and asked this side to say that the general leading the troops was someone else. It turns out that Cuckoo wanted to make a big move at that time. She really succeeded. She made use of the speed of the cavalries and made the Tubo people unable to react in time. She specifically attacked places that others would not expect. Old Man Yao also said happily. Old Man Chong appeared to be very anxious. He urged at the side, we should let Pengzhou send out troops to help Cuckoo come back. We can't just ignore her. The Tubo people have blocked most of the road. That's right. If we don't send out troops to help, Cuckoo will be in trouble. We can't let our hero be sad outside. Old Man Pai made a decision. Old Man Yao immediately asked someone to bring the 4 treasures of the study and prepared to write a letter to the people in Pengzhou. This time, he was using his own name to request Pengzhou to forcefully send out troops. Even if he was impeached by the imperial court, he would do it. However, he believed that the imperial court would not say anything. He thought that even if he sent the news to the imperial court, the emperor would also think the same. However, there was not enough time. Who knew what situation Cuckoo was in right now and where she ran to? If she was one day late and was surrounded, wouldn't he regret it to death? Just as Old Man Yao was writing the letter, another news came from Pengzhou. This time, it was not from the Tubo people, but from Shui Yunlai. Zhang Zhong took the letter and hurriedly found Old Man Pai and the other 2. He said to the 3 of them, "Don't be in a hurry to write a letter to Pengzhou to send out troops." Cuckoo and Xiao Bao wrote a letter saying that we don't have to worry about them. When we saw the letter, they were already on their way back. If we miss them, we can go to Changgu Town to pick them up. Bring more ginger so that we can make soup. Changgu Town? Where is it? Old Man Chang asked curiously. Old Man Pai used to be an official here and knew the general location. When he heard that it was Changgu Town, he immediately knew why Cuckoo and the others had returned. He said, Cuckoo and the others were preparing to cross the Great Snow Mountain. No wonder she still had the logistics people and the people there walk back through Pengzhou despite the dangerous situation previously. It turns out that she didn't want the enemy to discover that there was another way to get here. The Great Snow Mountain is indeed dangerous. When I thought about it, Cuckoo and the others had already made preparations. Yes, that's it. They probably burned charcoal along the way. The vegetable oil was prepared to burn the Tubo cavalry, and the charcoal was naturally left for crossing the Great Snow Mountain. At that time, she had already thought of an escape route. When Old Man Pai said this, Old Man Chang was relieved. Since they were able to return, it was good. Regardless of whether they had to cross the mountain or the ridge, with the charcoal to warm them, they probably wouldn't freeze to death. Thinking of this, Old Man Chang said to Zhang Zhong, "Your 2 children are amazing now. One is leading the army over there, and the other left a plan early on to win the economic war over here. One is a scholar and the other is a warrior. We don't have to worry about them in the future." After Zhang Zhong knew that his son and daughter-in-law were fine, he was happy. When he heard Old Man Chang's praise, he smiled so much that his eyes narrowed into a line. He said humbly, "You flatter me, you flatter me. The children still need to learn more. They can't think so highly of themselves just because they have some ability. When they come back, I will teach them a good lesson." Here is also Xiao Bao's plan. He wants us to sell grain to Tubo. He said that in the spirit of international humanitarianism, we can't just watch the Tubo people starve to death. We have to help them and sell the excess grain to Tubo. They only need to pay a little bit of horses and livestock. Because the price of grain this year is too high, we can't ask for too low a price. Otherwise, the local people will suffer. We will sell to Tubo cheaply at 50 copper coins for a bucket of millet and 65 copper coins for a bucket of rice. This price is only slightly higher. Of course, because we have used new technology here, the price of livestock will be lower. In the past, it used to be 5 strings of coins for a horse to pull the carriage. Now it is 3 strings of coins. Also, since they are coming from Tubo, they will get thinner along the way. When they reach Great Tang, they must be nourished with good food. Let Tubo fork out another 500 copper coins, which is 2 strings of coins for a horse. The rest of the livestock and good horses will be sold according to this price. Zhang Zhong said modestly. He then took out the letter written by his son and read it to the 3 old men. The 3 old men didn't expect that Xiao Bao still didn't forget to scheme against Tubo at this time. The large amount of grain that they had just bought at a low price was sold at a higher price. What international humanitarianism! It was a mess of names. It sounded good, but in reality, It was just him pretending to be innocent after getting such a good deal. Good idea. This time, Tubo has no choice but to buy. Otherwise, they can only wait to starve to death. Without people, how are they going to rebuild? If they buy, there won't be enough livestock and war horses. What will they do for next year's spring plowing? Also, the number of cavalry in the army will be reduced by a lot. Our great Tang will gain many benefits. I estimate that Tubo won't be able to recover in 5 years. By the time they recover, our great Tang will be stronger than before. Maybe at that time, it will be the time to accept Tubo into Great Tang. Quickly go and make the arrangements. Don't let the Tubo people know about this. If that happens, they won't sell their livestock. If we buy their livestock now, the price will be lower. Old Man Chang said excitedly and urged Zhang Zhong to make the arrangements. While waiting for Zhang Zhong to buy the livestock at a low price, the 3 old men discussed and prepared to bring people to Chang'o town to fetch Cuckoo and Xiao Bao back. It would be very cold to cross the snowy mountains, so they prepared some ginger soup for the heroes. Zhang Zhong bought the livestock very quickly and didn't continue to bargain. He directly gave the money and asked the Tubo people to give the money to the Yen family in Tunghua County. At this time, Tubo number 1 had no more money. All the money he had invested in the beginning was given away. In the end, the Zhang family made a profit. They made a lot of money from the grain and livestock. The people who bought and sold the livestock made a lot of money. The people who grew grains made a profit. The people who didn't grow grains also didn't make a loss. Although some of them bought grains at a high price and hoarded them, Zhang Zhong compensated them by getting them to repair the road. This money was enough to make up for the portion that they bought grains at a high price. Otherwise, Zhang Zhong didn't lack manpower. Why did he specially look for the people who didn't grow grains? The people who grew grains were also idle. The person who lost the money was Tubo's number 1. He had put in all the money he had earned in the past, as well as other jewelry. The bank had also lost some money. The price of the house was obviously not as high as the original price. The people who made a loss were the merchants who cooperated with the Tubo people. They really made a loss. Zhang Zhong didn't care about them. Who asked them to do it when they knew the consequences of raising the price of goods? It was already good enough that he didn't arrest them and punish them. It was impossible for him to directly give them the money they lost. However, some of them wrote letters to him later. Zhang Zhong didn't give them money. Instead, he cooperated with them to do business and let them make up for their losses. When he collected the grains, they were also willing to lower the price of the grains again and again to give others a start. After Tubo number 1 made the arrangements, he ran away. He didn't know that someone in Great Tang had been watching him for a long time. It was just that they didn't want to catch him. They wanted to keep him and make use of him at a critical time. It was the same for the others. On this day, there was a rare moment of sunlight in winter. The people were busy repairing the road, and the merchants were also doing their own business. Zhong Gang and Little Chong were about to reach Yingzhou. They were invited by Zhang Zhong to discuss a business deal. If it wasn't because they had money, where would they have money? They had already lost it. When Zhang Zhong gave them their name cards, he had written it very clearly. He invited them over and didn't plan to get much investment from them because when they were merchants, they didn't put all their thoughts on money. At the very least, they were still patriotic when it came to selecting seed. With this patriotic heart of theirs, they would be given a chance. Little Chong, does Lord Zhang really know everything? So he already knew about this matter but didn't say anything. I thought he knew. Zhonggang, who was sitting in the carriage, was so happy that he couldn't sit still when he realized that there would be a good business deal in Yingzhou with the Zhang family. He hated that he couldn't grow a pair of wings and fly to this place as soon as possible. Little Chong was also happy. He said to Zhonggang, "De Gang, now you know how powerful the Zhang family is, right? They know everything, but they don't say anything. They'll make trouble for whoever participates in it. Right now, I want to go there and have a fight with Bai Xinshin. I want to learn from her. She'll like you? You haven't even entered the top ranking. She's ranked 10th. How can she be willing to play with you? She'll be bullying you. Zhong Gang poured cold water on Little Chong. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, Little Chong fell silent and lowered his head to think. After a while, Little Chong raised his head and said, "Then I'll give it a try. Fighting against an expert can improve. Even if I have to pay a little more to have her fight with me, I'm willing." While the two of them were talking, a large number of people came from the main road in the west. The line was very long, and the people at the front were all on horseback. Their carriages immediately stopped to make way for them. The driver stood respectfully under the carriage and looked at the approaching line. He was so excited that his face turned red. When the person at the front of the line came close to him, he knelt down in front of the tattered flag that was fluttering in the wind. The driver's action stunned Little Chong and Zhonggang, who had just gotten off the carriage. When they looked at the flag and recognized the pattern on it, the two of them also became excited. On the tattered flag was a cute rice sprout. The rice sprout was trying its best to pull the carriage with its big eyes. By now, almost everyone knew what this flag represented. When the two of them looked at the travel-worn riders in the line, they immediately knew what kind of team this was. The great Tang's light cavalry that had killed countless enemies under the command of Cuckoo from the logistics camp in Izhou and had made a name for itself in Tubo. In the middle of the crowd there were two children on horseback. They nodded and smiled at the people who suddenly saw them and made respectful expressions. The boy looked very energetic, while the girl was smiling like a flower. When the people on the road saw them, they all felt that these two children were so cute that they couldn't describe it. How nice would it be if they were their own children? This was especially so for the girl. She was so bright, and her sweet smile made people feel very comfortable. It would be even better if they could hug her and give her a big kiss. Of course, the people only thought this. They knew who this cute and obedient girl was. Although the imperial court had already released news that there was an expert behind Cuckoo, many people still didn't believe it. Especially after people gradually understood the situation behind this economic war, the people believed that it wasn't a big deal for the Zhang family to have an expert. It was this cute girl who led an army to kill the Tubo army that had less than 10,000 people and made them run away, not daring to fight. It was this girl who made the Tubo army use countless soldiers to encircle and annihilate them. It was this girl who used blood to question whether the Tubo army dared or not. Now that the girl had returned home, her smile was so beautiful. Where was the bloodiness of the battlefield? It was all because the Tubo people were too evil. Otherwise, how could such a good girl kill so many people? Yes, that's right, that's it. What demon? She suddenly became ignorant and didn't know how to name herself. She was clearly a fairy. The coachman who knelt down shouted at Wang Wan with tears streaming down his face, "Cuckoo, you're finally back. My wife and I have been worried about you. We were afraid that you would be blocked by people. It's good that you're back." Wang Wan was stunned when she saw this person. This person's reaction was too intense. Did he have to kneel down? Cuckoo, you might not know, but among the people who died in Shuzhou's Wangjiang, I was the only one, and my sister-in-law's family was washed away by the water. I didn't have the ability to fight against the Tubo people, but you did. You avenged them, so you are my family's benefactor. I thank you. If you didn't lead the troops to kill them, when would I be able to avenge my brother's family? You killed them well. You asked a good question. I've decided. In the future, the Zhang family and the Wang family will sit in my carriage. I don't want a single cent. I'll kowtow to you. As the coachman spoke, he really used his head to kowtow to the ground. The surrounding commoners, as well as Wang Wan and the others, understood. So that was the case. Wang Wan was also filled with emotions. She got off the horse and helped the coachman up. She said solemnly, "They harmed me, so I slaughtered their entire village. I haven't killed enough. When there's a chance in the future, I will continue to kill. This time, I'm tired from killing, so I came back to rest. When the imperial court really mobilizes troops against the Tubo people, I will lead the troops out." When the cavalrymen heard Wang Wan's words, they also shouted, "Kill, kill!" The moment the cavalrymen shouted, they immediately gave off a different feeling. This was a person who had truly returned from the battlefield. There was a faint smell of blood on their bodies. That kind of gaze made people not dare to look straight at them. Old Man Pai and the other two were also among the troop. They finally brought the people back. More than 15,000 soldiers had successfully crossed over the snowy mountain. Although more than 100 of them had fainted, they were still carried back. Along the way, there were charcoal fires to keep them warm and no one froze to death. At the beginning, the 3 old men hugged and kissed the 2 little fellows who had made great contributions. Speaking of which, it was strange. The 2 little fellows who had frightened the Tubo people to such an extent seemed to have changed into another person when they returned to the Great Tang. They were completely unlike the other soldiers who had yet to recover from the battle. They did not know how the 2 little fellows did it, but the more they acted like this, the cuter they looked. When they thought about it carefully, they felt a chill from inside out. This showed that when the 2 little fellows killed the Tubo people until their corpses were piled up like mountains and rivers of blood flowed like rivers, they did not treat the Tubo people as people at all. After all, those were human lives that were taken one after another. Just thinking about how tragic it was when they killed the Tubo people made them feel terrified. Could the little fellows be so cold-blooded? However, after Koku said this, the 3 old men relaxed. Koku was right. One should treat the enemy as cold as ice and treat one's own people as warm as fire. After she said this, she and Xiao Bao also did the same. Along the way, she even cooked a few meals for Old Man Pai and the other 2. She also sensibly told the 3 old men about the things that happened at the front line like a family member. This made Old Man Pai and the other 2 old men unable to associate the 2 little fellows with the people who fought in Tubo some time ago. They were clearly their own grandson and granddaughter. Look at how good they were. When they smiled, they had 2 dimples. At this time, Zhang Zhong also hurried over. He had long wanted to personally welcome them, but there were still many things that he needed to do here. He could only endure it and persuade his family to stay. If they were to get sick while rushing over, that would not be good. Under the blessing gazes of the people, Zhang Zhong came in front of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He hugged the 2 children and kissed them left and right. However, he could not say a single word. Tears welled up in his eyes, and he tried his best to not let them fall. "Father, did you kill the Tubo people? How much money did you cheat? It must be a lot. Now we can eat and drink to our heart's content." Zhang Xiaobao also enjoyed his father's care and said to his father, "What do you mean by how much money did you cheat? We did honest business and earned a lot. Koku brought people over there to burn a lot of food. I reckon that most of it is still behind. Next time, you are not allowed to run away for many days without giving me any news. Xiao Bei and the others are talking about you too every day. They even broke boats and stuck maple leaves on them. If you 2 don't come back, they will get sick. They won't be able to play every day and won't eat much." When Zhang Zhong heard his son's words, a smile appeared on his face. He said a few words to his son and daughter-in-law. Only then did he stand up and walk forward while holding one in each hand. The cavalry behind her also dismounted, leading their horses and following behind. At the very back were the 10,000 elite soldiers. They had only fought a single battle, and had defeated a portion of the Tubo troop. While they were feeling happy, they were even more convinced of the female general, Wan Wan. They were also very respectful towards the light cavalry, and following behind, they did not even dare to think about their status as elite soldiers. The cavalry had killed countless people. Even if it was not enough at the beginning, after this battle, they were no longer ordinary soldiers. The blood on their bodies and the injuries they suffered said everything. The troops slowly walked forward. The commoners who saw them retreated to the side of the road. No one made a sound. They just looked at the heroes in their hearts. At this moment, Zhong Gang pushed little Chong out and shouted to Zhang Zhong, "Lord Zhang, we are merchants who received your invitation and came here. We did not let down the great Tang. This is little Chong. He wants to ask you to give him a chance to fight against the tycoons with Bai Xinshin. Little Chong is going to enter the top level soon. He almost passed the test twice. This time, he will definitely pass. Don't talk. Can't you see that he is enjoying family affection? My matter is not urgent. Lord Zhang, you do what you need to do. He is a straightforward person. He doesn't think before he speaks. Don't worry about me, I am fine." Little Worm looked around worriedly and explained to Zhang Zhong. Sure enough, the surrounding commoners all looked at him with an expression that said, "Why are you acting like this?" Zhang Zhong was in a good mood and didn't care about such trivial matters. Wang Wan also smiled at the two of them. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the two of them with interest and said to them, "Don't worry. Sister Xin Air might not have time. She is also busy. How about this? When you reach Yingzhou, I will play with you. How about it? As long as you can last 6 hours against me, I will allow you to enter the top-level game." "You? You can't. You are just a child. It is better for Xinshin to come. She is strong," Zhong Gang said very directly. "How about this, when you win against me, I'll help you talk to Sister Xin. When the time comes, she will definitely agree. How about it?" Zhang Xiaobao asked again. "Okay, you said it. I will agree on Little Chong's behalf. You must be careful. Don't get angry when you lose." Zhong Gang immediately agreed and glanced at Little Chong. His meaning was for Little Chong to work hard and beat the young master of the Zhang family first, so that he could compete with Bai Xinshin. Little Chong did not look at Zhong Gang at all, but stared at Zhang Xiaobao. He suddenly felt that there was something wrong with the expression in this child's eyes. It was like a master speaking to a new disciple, very magnanimous and confident, as if he was going to test his disciple. At this time, Old Man Pai and the other two walked over. Old Man Pai looked at Little Chong and said with a kind smile, "Not bad, you did not betray Great Tang. We should give you a chance. You must cherish it. As long as you can hold on under Xiao Bao's attacks, you will definitely enter the top level. Don't be fooled by Xiao Bao's 6 hours. Under that kind of speed, if you can hold on for 2 hours, you will be qualified to enter the top level. If you can really hold on for 6 hours, there will be a place for you in the top 10. Ah? You are? You're telling the truth? He's that good? I know who you are, no wonder you look so familiar. You are Sir Bai, and I have your portrait. Could he be more powerful than your granddaughter?" Zhong Gang said quickly. Old Man Pai shook his head and left with a smile. Old Man Yao also said to Little Chong, "Work hard. You must cherish this opportunity. Don't look down on anyone, or else you will regret it. You will understand after the competition." "Not bad, young man." Old Man Chong patted Little Chong's shoulder and left after giving him a word of praise. The trio's words stunned Zhong Gang, and at the same time, stunned Xiao Chong. Watching the procession gradually disappear into the distance, Xiao Chong thought for a moment and then muttered softly, "Could it be that this little young master of the Zhang family is even more powerful than Bai Xinshin? Hold on for 6 hours? I am someone who is about to enter the top level. Even young Master Song can't defeat me in 6 hours, right? Could it be, could it be? No, this is definitely impossible. I don't believe it." "Little Chong, what are you saying? Why don't you believe it?" Zhong Gang nudged Little Chong and asked. "I don't believe that I can't hold on for more than 6 hours under his hands. Unless he is, what is he? Why are you so slow?" Zhong Gang urged. "Unless he is the commander of the economic war with Tubo this time. Only that person has such ability. That last chain of attacks could be said to be earth-shattering." Little Chong's voice was trembling. However, he definitely did not believe that this young master was that person. Even if he was beaten to death, he would not believe it. Chapter 650. The mountains were continuous and the water was gurgling. When they met after returning, there was no need to mention how much they missed each other. The trees were curved, and the wind blew continuously. When people stood in front of them, the clouds were on the horizon. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were pulled along by Zhang Zhong as they walked back unhurriedly. Behind them were the light cavalrymen who were leading the horses, as well as the remaining 9,000 elite soldiers who were defeated in just one battle. The originally busy commoners weren't in a hurry to do their own things. They also followed at the back of the group, hoping that they could do something to help. They all knew that they didn't have to worry about Tubo invading the border. At least within 3 years, Tubo wouldn't be able to recover. This time they were crippled. It wasn't that they lost a lot of soldiers, but that their morale was destroyed. After traveling for 2 hours, they arrived at the mountain entrance to Wing Province Prefecture. What entered Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's eyes was a paved road. The middle of the road was paved with stones, and the 2 sides were complemented by cement. The cement road was for pedestrians to walk on, and the middle was for horses to run on. There happened to be a group of merchants in front of them. There were also many commoners helping to transport the goods. Just now, there were already people who took the small path to deliver the news in advance. Each and every one of them stood in place, not daring to block the way, so as not to delay the hero's return home. If the dozens of big merchants here were to join forces, they could once again shake up Jiannan Province's stable economic environment like the Tubo people. However, none of them appeared to be complacent. Even their voices were very soft. This time, it wasn't because of Zhang family and Wang family's financial resources. It was all because of Cuckoo, the great general who had fought in Tubo for thousands of miles without a single defeat. For the sake of the commoners, she had slaughtered countless Tubo soldiers. It would be a lie to say that they weren't afraid. If by any chance someone blocked her path, the little child's temper flared up. Who would care about who you were? Perhaps she would flip over and get on the horse, letting you personally experience the power of the cavalry's charge. However, when Zhang Zhong held his son and daughter-in-law in each hand and walked over, many of the merchants rubbed their eyes. Could the little girl who was skipping and jumping as she walked be the demoness who killed Tubo, who had 4 times the military strength of the Tubo people, and didn't dare to move lightly? She didn't look like it. She didn't look like it at all. She was clearly a carefree little girl next door. If it wasn't for the tattered flag fluttering behind her back, who would have thought that this girl would still have a smile on her face when she killed? As Wang Wan approached, the merchants tacitly took a step back to show their modesty. When Cuckoo nodded and smiled, the merchants also responded with what they thought was the most sincere smile. They were worried that if their expressions were wrong, they would be killed on the spot by the light cavalry behind them. There was no need to doubt whether they dared to do so. The soldiers who had returned covered in blood and had yet to fully adapt to the situation only had the dignity of a general in their hearts. They did not care about anything else. Axes, pickaxes, I'll unload the goods from the truck. You guys load them up and help me share the load. Quick. A person in the crowd who was pedaling a tricycle said to the 2 people next to him. He began to dump the goods. The tricycle was designed with the function of flipping. With a press and a tilt, all the goods on the tricycle were dumped onto the ground. Ho, you want to pay for it? The goods are spoilt, the owner should take action. Fu Tu complained as he hurried over to reload the goods. Fine, I'll pay for it. I'm going to pull a big hero home. As long as I can pull him, I'll pay for it. Ho pushed the tricycle forward. A merchant who hired them to carry the goods saw Ho dumping the goods and his expression changed. He wanted to flare up but held it in. He did not dare to cause trouble at this time. When he heard Ho's undisguised words and saw Ho rushing forward, the merchant's expression changed again. He smiled and said softly to Axe and Pickaxes who were worried for Ho, "It's fine, it's fine. It's just some goods. It's fine to throw them all away. Ho can't pull anyone, but I won't say anything. If he pulls anyone, I'll personally treat you to a drink. This is a good thing, a good thing. Axe and pickaxe were stunned. Since when did the most unreasonable Qing Dongjia become so easy to talk to? Did the sun rise from the west? Only Boss Qing knew in his heart that Ho's reasoning was too good. Regardless of whether he managed to pull anyone, he could not find trouble with him. Otherwise, if word got out that he dealt with a person who wanted to pull a big hero and the big hero did not care, others would drown him with saliva. Even if he was not wrong to ask for compensation, no one would reason with him. Everyone was shocked by Shou Tu's sudden charge. The people from the protection team immediately surrounded Zhang Zhong and the other two. The 200 or so cavalrymen behind them saw the situation, and in the blink of an eye, they drew their bows and knocked their arrows. The arrows were as cold as ice and the bows were bent like a full moon. Their speed was fast and their movements were synchronized. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the people's eyes and nodded to Wang Wan and Wei Wei. Wang Wan waved her hand, and the people from the protection team turned around and made way. The cavalrymen behind them kept their arrows and bows in an orderly manner. The commoners who were watching the commotion were shocked again. The people in front were shocked by the sudden charge, while the people behind were shocked by the team of heroes. The instant change of movement was too beautiful. What are you doing? Zhang Zhong saw that his son and daughter-in-law did not overreact and knew that the person who rushed over would not hurt them. Otherwise, there would be no need for others. His son and daughter-in-law could kill this person on the spot. How could the bystanders know that when he went out, the most powerful bodyguards were not from the protection team, but the two children? Ho was full of courage earlier, but now he was so scared that he did not dare to speak. He thought about his identity and then thought about the other person's identity. He lowered his head and stammered, "Lord Zhang, I want to use the tricycle to pull you, the young master and the young lady. I think it's not bad, but there's a slope in front. I'm sorry to drag you down." Just as Ho was about to go back on his words and others thought that he was dreaming, Wang Wan smiled and agreed. Really? I'm not tired at all. But you're a hero, I'll pull you if I pull you. You said it yourself, I'm a hero. I'm not paying to sit on your tricycle. Uncle Zhang, Xiaobao, let's get on. Our hometown's tricycle is more comfortable than the horses from other places. Wang Wan helped Ho out of his predicament again. She took the lead and got on the tricycle. She did not care if the tricycle was dirty or not. Zhang Xiaobao sat beside Wang Wan, while Zhang Zhong sat opposite them. He nodded to Ho and said, "Let's go. We trust you. Cuckoo and Xiao Bao can sit on our hometown's tricycle. It's better than riding outside. It's hard to ride on a foreign land's tricycle, but our hometown's tricycle can worry us." When Chu Tu saw the three of them get on the carriage and Governor Zhang's words, his eyes turned red. This trust made him feel warm. He lifted his leg and got on the carriage. Looking ahead, the originally tiring slope had become a flat road in his eyes. He realized that his body was filled with energy. Even if he rode to the top of the snow mountain, it wouldn't be a problem. The people around them were shocked once again, and then they revealed happy smiles. In their eyes, these three people who were so high that no one could compare with them sat on an ordinary tricycle and didn't lose their dignity at all. They were cold to strangers and peaceful to their own people. The contrast between the two made people understand them better. They did not show the slightest bit of arrogance, and did not look down on people of lower status. This was Wing Prefecture's Governor Zhang Zhong and his family. The commoners thought as they looked at the blue sky with floating clouds. They had never felt so good before. "Ho, did you see that? Capable people will never show off their power to their own people. Only incompetent people will show off their power to people like us." Axehead said to Ho-Head as he moved the goods left behind by Ho-Head into his car. Ho nodded. "Isn't that so? Our county's small officials ask the bailiffs to scare us and talk about how powerful their servants are. They bully us. Look at Cuckoo. When she was in Tubo, she killed thousands of people with a wave of her hand. She did not look down on us. How can our county's small officials be compared to her? Ching Dongjia's jaw dropped as he watched Ho Tu drag the three away. He blinked twice and smiled like a flower. He said to Ho Tu and Axe Tu, "Take your time, there's no rush. If you can't pull anymore, just throw the goods away. Don't tire yourself out. Remember to find Ho Tu when we get there. Let's have a meal together." Ho and Axe looked at Ching Dongjia in a new light. They felt that Ching Dongjia seemed to have changed into a different person. Ho thought of a prostitute and shook his head. "Ching Dongjia, it's fine as long as you pay me. I won't look for a woman. Otherwise, if my wife finds out, she'll twist my ear off." "Ha ha ha, you're so timid. You're afraid of your wife. Let's not talk about the pay today. How much is it? If you're really afraid of your wife, just order a few more dishes and put them in a lunchbox to bring back." Ching Dongjia patted Shou's shoulder and said with a smile. Axe was puzzled. He looked at Ching Dongjia and asked carefully, "Ching Dongjia, what are you? What am I? I used to think too highly of myself. Now that I've compared myself to Lord Zhang, Xiao Bao, and Cuckoo, I know how ridiculous I was. If you want people to respect you, it's useless to keep a straight face. People aren't fools. Even if you show respect on the surface, you don't know how to curse in your heart. Look at Cuckoo. Even if she takes a tricycle, who dares to look down on her? Everyone knows what's going on. Besides, we'll be working with her family in the future. We have to learn from her. When the weather gets cold, we'll look for you to work and give you extra pay." "What's this called?" "Yes, it said that Lord Zhang hung a piece of calligraphy in his study. It says, 'Great love is silent.'" When Ching Dongjia saw the scene just now, he suddenly understood many things. He said a few words to Axe and Ho. With his hands behind his back, he walked in front of them. He looked 10 years younger. When it was almost evening, Ho finally brought Zhang Zhong and the other two to the prefectural city. Although he was sweating profusely, he still had a lot of energy. On the way there, he even chatted with Zhang Zhong and the other two, which made him very excited. It wasn't just because he could talk to 3 people of high status. Most importantly, he said that it was tiring to ride uphill. Hero Cuckoo seriously promised that she would immediately come up with new technology to change the current tricycle's speed. She said something about using a large gear to drive a small gear on flat ground and a small gear to drive a large gear on difficult terrain. Young Master Xiao Bao also said something about changing the handrail into an upper and lower handrail. The upper handrail was horizontal and the lower handrail was concave. He didn't understand, but he knew that Cuckoo and Xiao Bao really took him seriously as a coolie. They didn't rest when they returned home, but they started thinking of ways to make things easier for him. Zhang Zhong and the other two didn't get off the tricycle. Even when Ho's sweat soaked his clothes, they still sat on the tricycle. It wasn't that they didn't want to get off, but they couldn't. If they got off, Ho would be very disappointed. Chapter 651. When Xiao Bao and Cuckoo saw Xiao Bei and the rest, Xiao Bei and the rest also saw the brothers and sisters in the car. They held hands and rushed forward, tumbling as they ran. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo finally couldn't sit still. They jumped down from the car, ran to the front, and squatted down to kiss each and every one of them. Xiao Bei's eyes were red as he threw himself into Xiao Bao's arms. He panted and said, "Brother, I was afraid that you and sister wouldn't come back. Isn't that so?" "I didn't want to come back, but when I thought about how Xiao Bei was still waiting at home, how could I not come back? In the end, I taught them a lesson and came back. I also brought a lot of good things for Xiao Bei, including food and toys." Zhang Xiaobao rubbed Xiao Bei's face that was red from the wind and said with an exaggerated expression, "Really?" Xiao Bei immediately put on a smiling face. There were still tears in his eyes as he asked curiously, "Really? I even caught a few big fish from the desert lake. I dried them and brought them back. Xiao Bei, how do you want to eat them?" Zhang Xiaobao said with certainty. Back then, he and Wang Wan were indeed thinking of bringing something back for the little ones. If the Tubo people knew about this, who knew how they would feel? The two of them actually considered bringing something back for their younger siblings when they were fighting. They were really looking down on others. Wang Wan's younger brother, Xiao Yuan, who was waiting for his brother to carry him, anxiously stood on the other side of Zhang Xiaobao and said, "It's my turn, it's my turn. Make way, it's my turn." "No, I'm just making some space. My brother asked me to eat fish. Make fish slices." Xiao Bei originally didn't want to make way, but after thinking about it, he moved to the side and left half a space for Xiao Yuan. Zhang Xiaobao hugged Xiao Yuan again and nodded in agreement. "Then make fish slices. Make big fish slices. Big fish. Yes, big fish slices. Let Xiao Yuan eat the fish bones." Xiao Bei was happy and said while shaking his head, "I'll let you have it. The bones are delicious too." Xiao Yuan argued, "Why are you still squeezing me?" Xiao Bei snuggled into Zhang Xiaobao's arms. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were extremely busy. They hugged one, and kissed another. They had to tell every child that they had brought something good. Their words did not count. The members of the protection team even brought over all the food and toys that they had found in the desert. There were big dried fish, lake pearls, beautiful shells, grasshoppers woven with needlegrass, dried desert sistanch, and even 4 living animals, wild camels. He didn't know how Xiao Bao and Cuckoo had kept the 4 camels for their younger brothers and sisters. There were 2 males and 2 females, so they could ride the camels and play with them. They also brought back a lot of loot from the camels they killed. Zhang Xiaobao also didn't lack the cured ham. He used wild boar intestines to make smoked sausages. It gave people the feeling that the two of them didn't seem like they had just returned from a battle in Tubo. Instead, they seemed like they had just returned from a vacation. Old Man Pai and the other 2 also came over. Even if they didn't understand military warfare, they also understood how precious the things that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo brought back were. They were kept while they were fighting with their lives on the line. "Cuckoo, don't you want to live anymore? If you want to go to war, then go to war. Why did you bring so many things? What are you trying to do?" Old Man Pai was anxious and asked with his eyes wide open. Wang Wan smiled. "Is there a conflict between going to war and bringing things? I brought more than 10 camels and gave them to Tubo on the way. So what if they are camels? They can't run on their own. Can't I tie them up and use a few horses to carry them? 2 of them even froze to death on the snowy mountains. I'll cook them later and give them to Xiao Bei and the others." Zhang Xiaobao also echoed from the side. "Isn't that right? It's just dealing with Tubo. There's no need to be so serious. I'll cook the camel humps tomorrow. Everyone, try it." "That's right. Try it." Xiao Bei didn't know what it was like to bring a burden like camels to war. He also chimed in. Zhang Zhong watched from the side and thought that Xiao Bei and the others weren't worried about their brother and sister in vain. These 2 kids were too bold. It seemed that they dared to do anything and could do anything. Just to bring back something fun for Xiao Bei and the others, they actually took such a big risk and really faced the Tubo army. They could do whatever they wanted. Old Man Pai was speechless for a moment. He felt that he should release the news of Cuckoo and Xiao Bao's gifts to Tubo. Through these things they would inform Tubo. "Do you see? This is the Commander-in-Chief of Izhou's logistics camp, Cuckoo. She sneaked in and ambushed you while you were surrounded. She even brought camels for her younger brothers and sisters to play with. Should the army that was preparing to intercept Pingzhou withdraw or not? Be careful that if Cuckoo was happy, she would bring her younger brothers and sisters to lead 100,000 elite soldiers and kill their way back." Chu Tu, who was pulling the carriage, also saw the scene of Xiao Bao and Cuckoo reuniting with their family. He wiped the sweat that continuously flowed out from his tired body as he rushed over and laughed foolishly. While Wang Wan was enjoying her family, she turned her head and saw Chu Tu. She hugged Xiao Bei and asked, "Xiao Bei, this uncle brought brother, sister, and father back. He's very tired. What should we do?" Xiao Bei was still holding a pearl in his hand. When he heard his sister's words, he raised his head and looked at Chu Tu. He left his sister's embrace and walked forward. He raised the pearl with both hands and said to Chu Tu, "Thank you, uncle. Xiao Bei will give you this pearl." Chu Tu didn't expect such a young child to be so sensible. He wanted to take the pearl, but he knew how precious it was. He wanted to refuse, but he couldn't face Xiao Bei's expectant gaze. He sweated even faster and said nervously, "I don't want money. I'm willing to pull. In the future, as long as Little Master and Little Miss want to sit in my carriage, I'll pull." "Take it. This isn't money. It's Xiao Bei's gratitude and blessing. In the future, if you encounter a problem that you can't solve, take this pearl out." Old Man Chang was more direct. He lifted Xiao Bei up and let Chu Tu take the pearl. When Ho Tu obediently took the pearl, he still didn't fully understand the value of the pearl. Xiao Bei was the youngest princess of the two families. How could the blessing she gave be treated lightly? The meaning behind it was too great. Not to mention ordinary people, even if they disturbed the emperor under impossible circumstances and offered him the pearl, Li Longji would still have to give face to the Zhang and Wang families after knowing the meaning behind the pearl. Zhang family and Wang family had contributed a lot to the Tang Empire. In the future, when Xiaobao and Cuckoo grew up, they would make good use of the pearl. Of course, even if Chu Tu offended someone in the future, the other party wouldn't care who gave him the pearl. Chu Tu could use the pearl to make a deal with Zhang family and Wang family. As long as he didn't rebel, even if he committed a crime of beheading, they could protect him. However, they had to look at the situation before deciding whether to protect him. Wang Wan didn't believe that an honest person like Chu Tu would take the initiative to offend others. In order to build a better reputation for the two families, she asked Xiao Bei to send the pearl. The soldiers who followed Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan back were arranged to rest outside the city. Zhang Zhong was very happy. His son and daughter-in-law were back. The two of them were a little tanned, but they would recover after some rest. His heart was finally at ease. Hence, he took out the best wine and dishes at home to entertain the soldiers, merchants, and commoners who came to congratulate them. The people from the nearby villages also rushed down the mountain to celebrate with the soldiers. At the same time, they wanted to see how the warriors who fought in Tubo looked like and ask about the specific situation. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan chatted with their families for a while before finding a place to sleep. They were tired. Not only did they have to follow the troops to battle, but they also had to be responsible for formulating battle plans. They had to be firm. Xiao Bei and the rest of the children didn't know how to have their own house, and they didn't join in the fun. They gathered outside their brother and sister's house, and got someone to wake them up to sleep. They were afraid that when they woke up, their brother and sister were gone. What should they do? They were still waiting to hear the story. Old Man Pai and the other two were also happy. They returned to their courtyard and started writing letters to be sent to the capital. Xiaobao and Cuckoo were back. Of course, they had to report the good news and give the imperial court some time to react. When the time came, they would be rewarded. They couldn't treat it as if nothing had happened, right? 3 days later, during the morning court session in the capital, Li Longji and the officials discussed one matter after another. Just as they were discussing the most important matter, the letter arrived. Li Longji attached great importance to the matter they were discussing. If they were to discuss the topic, it would be whether it was better to expand through military force or through commercial means when obtaining overseas resources. It was all because Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had people find Luzon Island in the future. In the beginning, most people only thought that the island wasn't bad. It produced more grain and had copper and gold mines. However, as the merchants obtained more and more benefits from the island, they couldn't ignore it even if they didn't want to. In terms of enjoyment, The merchants brought back many good local specialties and made a huge profit. They were already selling them to the capital. In terms of the people's livelihood, the land there was not bad. The grain yield was high, and the crops could be harvested 3 times a year. In addition, the area was rich in resources, so even more people were tempted. If it was in the past, or in normal times, the imperial court wouldn't be able to control the transactions there. However, the ones who had the most say over there were the people from the Zhang family and Wang family. The Zhang family and Wang family were good. They weren't ambitious and knew when to advance and retreat. They didn't cause others to worry. More importantly, the Zhang family and Wang family were very capable. Any merchants who came to the island to make a fortune had to be monitored by the Zhang family and Wang family. The clever merchants thought of several ways to exploit loopholes, but they were useless under the watchful eyes of the Zhang family and Wang family. The officials couldn't help but admit that the Zhang family and Wang family were ancestors in this aspect. Although it seemed like a good method, it was embarrassing to use it on the Zhang family and Wang family. However, some time ago, news came back saying that as the natives came into contact more and more, they actually discovered many hostile tribes. This had to be dealt with. Thus, whether to solve this through military force or normal commercial means became a hot topic in the imperial court. In the end, everyone said that they were right, and everyone argued that they were right. It was very noisy. Li Longji listened from above. The more he listened, the more annoyed he became. He patted the armrest of the luxurious chair sent by the Zhang family and said, "If you really can't think of a solution, ask the Zhang family." The officials didn't know what to say for a moment. At this moment, Gao Lisher saw the hand gesture from his subordinate and said to Li Longji, "Your Majesty, there's news from Wing Prefecture."